Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the City Commission meeting this May 19th, 2026. We thank you all for being here. I see we have a full house, so there must be something interesting on the agenda tonight. We'll find out what that is. So for those of you who are here for the first time, welcome, and we thank you for participating. So just to let you know the sequence of events, we start out with our Pledge of Allegiance, followed by a moment of silence. There are some agenda announcements, and then we have presentations. The presentations are normally to honor or recognize individuals, events, or organizations that are notable during this particular time or this particular month. So, may I invite Shauna Roberts, Zuri Williams, and Zoe Williams to the podium? Where are they? Oh, here, come on. And may I ask you all to please rise and join us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
And to the republic of which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, and liberty and justice for all.
Yay! Very good. Thank you. So we have a little back for each of you. Thank you. Is anyone? Wait! Don't go away. Is any member of your family here today?
Yes.
Why don't you come over here? We're going to take a picture of all with everybody. Come on. Let's do it in front. Come on. We'll do it in front. So Shauna is from Mirror Lake Elementary, Zuri is from Walker Elementary, and Zoe is from Walker Elementary. So I want to thank your family for being here today, and we appreciate your participating in the pledge this evening. So if we could just join the commission and the rest of the community here for a moment of silence. Thank you so much. So at the beginning of a meeting, we recognize individuals who are retiring, who have been part of the city for at least 20 years. And tonight we have three such individuals, and I'd like to announce their names. We have Alan Lucousse, who has been public records clerk for 20 years. Congratulations, Alain. We have Lana, here we go, Rangunanen, who has been a court liaison specialist. She's been with us for 23 years. And we have, Bob Dunkel. Finally, 38 years, Bob. Wow. Bob Dunkel has been, helped mentor me when I was first a commissioner almost 20 years ago. So thank you all for your commitment and your service to our city. We thank you again and again. So now I would ask the city clerk to please call the roll of the commission.
Commissioner Herbst. Commissioner Glassman.
Here.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman.
Here.
Vice Mayor Sorensen.
Here.
Mayor Trentalis.
Here. We have full attendance. We have three agenda announcements. These three items are going to be removed from the agenda for consideration at another meeting. CR3 is going to be removed. Let me write this down. M5 is going to be removed, and R5 is going to be removed. We have two walk-ons, a resolution appointing Vice Mayor Ben Sorensen as the primary representative, and Pamela Beasley Pittman as the alternate to the Solid Waste Disposal and Recycling Materials Processing Authority of Broward County Governing Board. And we have another walk-on ordinance regarding the charter revision changes relating to the police chief and the fire rescue chief. We have an item revision, CM3. The exhibit to CM3, it was revised with a minor change to the confidentiality section. So with regard to the agenda and the minutes, someone please like to move to approve the minutes and the agenda as amended.
Moved. Second. Mayor, are we able to pull right now, or do you want us to pull later?
No, we're not ready yet.
Okay, then I second that.
Okay, thank you. So it's been moved and seconded. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Herbst? Yes. Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sorensen?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes. So the agenda as amended and the minutes from the previous meeting have now been approved. Now comes the point where we now have our presentations. There are 4 presentations tonight. In the first one, I'd like to invite Commissioner Beasley Pittman to present a proclamation regarding Dillard High School Lady Panthers Day here in the city of Fort Lauderdale. And I'd like to invite the school principal, Mr. Broomfield, head coach George Adams, Gabriella King, Tonya Adams, Tanya Miller, Brian Norris, Whitney Fields, and Genovia Johnson. If you could please join the commissioner up at the podium. Are you all here tonight? Any of you here tonight? Come on up. Come on. Lady Panthers. So, Commissioner, what good news do you have tonight?
Ooh, I have a lot of good news. I'm not the best at a hype man, but I can really just share. We're really excited for the accomplishments of these students, these young scholars. They have doing some amazing things at Dillard. I'm going to read the proclamation, and it's going to explain everything, but they are a winning basketball team, and they have made some amazing impact in the state as well, okay? So if you will allow me at this time from the Office of the Mayor, the City of Fort Lauderdale, proclamation and recognition of Dillard High School Lady Panthers, requested by Commissioner Pam Beasley Pittman. Whereas Dillard High School has a proud tradition of academic and athletic excellence, fostering students' achievement through leadership, discipline, and sportsmanship. Whereas the Dillard High School Lady Panthers girls basketball team completed an outstanding 2026 season with a 19-7 record and a second-round playoff appearance, demonstrating resilience, teamwork, and competitive excellence under the leadership of head coach George Adams. And whereas throughout the seasons, the Lady Panthers represented Dillard High School and the city of Fort Lauderdale with pride, determination, and unity both on and off of the courts. And whereas Gabrielle King, an exceptional student athlete and leader, earning selections to the 2026 BCAA All-Star Team and the FACA State All-Star Team, while ranking 3rd in the nation and 2nd in the state in assists per games, surpassing 1,200 career points. You hear that? 1,200 career points, 300 assists, 300 steals, and an excelling academically with a 4.5 weighted GPA and a 3.6 cumulative GPA. Yes, a class rank of 10th out of 341 students and a industrial certification and custom promo design. whereas the accomplishments of the Lady Panthers reflect the dedication and hard work of the entire team, as well as the support of Principal Alfred L. Broomfield II, Head Coach George Adams, assistant coaches, families, and the Dillard High School community. And whereas the City of Fort Lauderdale is proud to recognize Dillard High School Lady Panthers girls basketball team for their outstanding achievements and for serving as an inspiration to young athletes throughout the community. Now, therefore, we, as the City Commissioners of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, hereby proclaim May 19, 2026 as Dillard High School Lady Panthers Day in the City of Fort Lauderdale. And this is dated the 19th day of May by our Mayor, Dean Trantellis. Let's give him another hand. Coach Adams. Oh, now they're trying to be. Come on, who's going to speak? Okay. All right. All right. Okay, this is for you, and I'll hold it and you make a statement. Okay.
City Commissioners, thank you all. I'm not much of a talker, but we appreciate you all for this honor, and we'd like to give a special thanks to our leader, Gabrielle King, who shows such leadership on and off the court, and we couldn't have done this without her. Okay, so once again, thank you all. I appreciate it.
Who is Gabrielle?
Gabrielle?
Yes.
Thank you to the commissioners for this honor, and thank you to my coaches and my family, and that's it. Thank you.
All right, we're going to take a photo over here. You all will follow me this way, and we'll take an official photo.
Go ahead.
As it was stated, this is a team effort, so we wanted to recognize everyone as well. So we do have certificates for each one of the team members. What I'm going to do, I'm going to ask you when I give you the certificate, if you make your way that way so we can take the photo, okay? It says, the City of Fort Lauderdale congratulates Amaya Montgomery, Dillard High School Girls Varsity Basketball Team 2025-2026 Lady Panthers for participating in the Class 7A State Championship. And that's stated today, May 19th, 2026. So, Maya? Right here. All right, thank you. Thank you. Is that Tonya Adams? Tonya Adams? Tonya Adams. Adams. Here you are. I'll do your last. Whitney Fields? She's not present. Coach, you can hold that for her. Genovia Johnson? Is that Tania Miller? Okay. Brianna Norris? Brian Norris? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I was trying to say, okay, we spelled names uniquely, all females. I'm sorry. Gabrielle King? Thank you. Talia Dosey? Okay. Azazia Evans Blake? Parrish George? There you are, Parrish. Janae Gilbert. Thank you. Samaya Gregg. Amaya Hamilton. And then we have head coach George Adams. Okay. All right.
Oh, yeah, selfie. Selfie. Thank you. Congratulations.
Congratulations, team. Now I'd like to invite Commissioner Glassman to present a proclamation regarding Jewish American Heritage Month here in the city of Fort Lauderdale. And I'd like to invite Sandy Alla, who's the Chief Operating and Program Officer of the Goodman Jewish Family Services, to please join him at the podium.
Thank you, Mayor. And I do notice with us tonight, I'd also like him to come to the podium, is our very own Rabbi Chaim Slavatiki from the La Solis Chabad. Thank you. Join us also, Rabbi. Thank you for being here.
A little bit, but we have an overflow too.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, everyone. This is a proclamation from the Office of the Mayor, City of Fort Lauderdale, in recognition of Jewish American Heritage Month, requested by Commissioner Steve Glassman. Whereas, in 2006, President George W. Bush proclaimed May as Jewish American Heritage Month, following a bipartisan resolution of Congress and decades of presidential proclamations recognizing the history, heritage, culture, and contributions of Jewish Americans to the United States. And whereas this month-long observance provides an opportunity to reflect on the rich legacy and enduring impact of Jewish Americans whose contributions since the 17th century have shaped the nation's progress in civil rights, social justice, business, education, and public service. And whereas the American Jewish community's origins trace back to 1654, when a group of 23 individuals of Jewish faith fleeing persecution from the Portuguese Inquisition in Brazil sought refuge in New Amsterdam, now New York. From this initial group, the American Jewish community has grown to approximately 7.5 million, representing about 2.4% of the total United States population. And whereas Jewish residents have played a vital role in shaping the cultural, civic, and economic life of Fort Lauderdale and Broward County, helping to define the values of compassion, community, and human dignity that unite us. And whereas through core Jewish beliefs, such as the creation of man in the image of God, the infinite value of every human life, the need for a weekly Sabbath, and the importance of education in the lives of children, the Jewish community has helped to define America's character and values. And whereas Fort Lauderdale hosts a vibrant Jewish community supported by key institutions such as the Jewish Federation of Broward County, the many Chabads providing education, religious services, and social organizations like the Goodman Jewish Family Services of Broward County, which offers critical assistance such as counseling, food support, emergency financial aid, senior care, and serving thousands each year with programs rooted in Jewish values and a commitment to social justice. And whereas for 45 years, every president of the United States has declared a period of time for celebrating the Jewish community's history, heritage, culture, and contributions to the United States, and since 2006, the month of May has been presidentially declared to be Jewish American Heritage Month pursuant to a bipartisan resolution of Congress. Now, therefore, we, as City Commissioners of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, do hereby proclaim May 2026 as Jewish American Heritage Month in the City of Fort Lauderdale, and dated this, the 19th day of May 2026, and signed by our Honorable Mayor, Dean J. Trentalis.
Good evening. Thank you so much for the proclamation. We're honored at Goodman Jewish Family Services to receive this tonight and for this day. We have been in the community since 1962. We provide wraparound services to the Jewish community as well as the broader community, and we really support services rooted and grounded in Jewish values. Thank you so much.
You'll have to Photoshop me out. Thank you, Commissioner. Now I would like to invite Commissioner John Herbst to present a proclamation regarding National Peace Officers Memorial Day here in the city of Fort Lauderdale. I'd like to invite our own police chief and members of the Fort Lauderdale Police Department to please join him at the podium.
All right. So, from the Office of the Mayor, City of Fort Lauderdale, this is a proclamation in recognition of National Peace Officers Memorial Day. Whereas National Peace Officers Memorial Day is a solemn observance established to honor law enforcement officers who have given their lives in the line of duty while protecting the communities they served. And whereas the City of Fort Lauderdale recognizes the courage, dedication, and selfless service demonstrated each day by the men and women of law enforcement who place themselves in harm's way to safeguard the lives, rights, and freedom of others. And whereas National Peace Officers Memorial Day provides an opportunity for our community to pay tribute to these fallen officers, honor their legacy, and remember the families, colleagues, and loved ones who carry their memory forward. And whereas the City of Fort Lauderdale remembers 13 brave members of the Fort Lauderdale Police Department who gave their lives while safeguarding our community, and whose bravery and commitment will forever remain a part of this city's history. And whereas the City of Fort Lauderdale honors the legacy, sacrifice, and unwavering dedication of the following fallen officers: R. Dwight Johnston, Donald E. Kirby, Jr., D. Walter, and I'm going to get this wrong, Ilyankov, Gregory J. Connors, John C. Alexander, Kenneth Peterson, Charles E. Bruce, Frank A. Mastrangelo, Norman L. Eddy Jr., David L. Brower, Brian H. Penny, Jose A. Diaz, Jennifer B. Seapote. And whereas the City of Fort Lauderdale joins the Fort Lauderdale Police Department and the entire law enforcement community in ensuring that fallen heroes are never forgotten and that their sacrifice continues to inspire future generations of public servants. Now, therefore, we, as City Commissioners of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, do hereby proclaim May 15th, 2026 as National Peace Officers Memorial Day in the City of Fort Lauderdale, dated this 19th day of May 2026. Mayor Dean J. Trantalis. Thank you very much.
Chief, do you want to share a few words with us?
Thank you very much, Commissioner, Vice Mayor, Mayor, Commission. May is always a very emotional month for those of us in law enforcement. Each time I hear our heroes' names read, it's very emotional. We've celebrated their lives and will continue to honor them forever, both locally, at the county level, at the state level, and a few days ago at the National Law Enforcement Memorial. The brave men and women you see standing behind me and serving outside on our streets tonight are the true heroes and will give their lives in the line of duty just as our heroes that were discussed tonight have. So from my heart to all of them, I always pray for their safety, and I cannot thank them enough for what they do each and every day when they show up to protect this community and this great city. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, folks, and thank you for your service. Thank you. So for our last presentation, I now have the honor to present a proclamation for National Beach Safety Week here in the city of Fort Lauderdale. And I'd like to invite the Fire Rescue Ocean Rescue Chief, Alex Bagwell, and other members of our firefighter team, if they could join me at the podium. So, from the Office of the Mayor, the City of Fort Lauderdale, this proclamation is made in recognition of the National Beach Safety Week 2026. Whereas Fort Lauderdale beaches are among the city's most treasured natural resources, attracting millions of residents and visitors each year who gather to enjoy the beauty, recreation, and economic vitality of our coastal community. The City of Fort Lauderdale recognizes that while the ocean provides countless opportunities for recreation and enjoyment, it also presents inherent risks, including rip currents, heat pressure and exposure, and other aquatic hazards that require education, awareness, and responsible safety practices. The National Beach Safety Week serves as an important reminder of the critical role public education, prevention, and professional lifeguard services play in protecting lives and promoting safe enjoyment of our beaches and waterways. The dedicated men and women of Fort Lauderdale Fire Rescue Ocean Rescue Division work tirelessly to safeguard beachgoers through proactive monitoring, emergency response, public outreach, and actions that help prevent dangerous situations before they occur. From May 2025 through April 2026, Fort Lauderdale Ocean Rescue personnel conducted 64,443 preventive actions, performed 141 rescues, and directly contributed to saving 218 lives. Wow. Reflecting their extraordinary vigilance and professionalism and commitment to public safety. The City of Fort Lauderdale encourages all residents and visitors to practice safe beach behaviors, including swimming near a lifeguard, learning rip current safety, never swimming alone, and protecting themselves from heat and sun exposure. Finally, by promoting beach safety awareness and recognizing the life safety work of the ocean rescue personnel, the City of Fort Lauderdale reaffirms its commitment to ensuring that our beaches are safe, welcoming, and enjoyable for all. Now, therefore, we, as the City Commissioners of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, do hereby proclaim May 18th to 25th, 2026 as National Beach Safety Week in the City of Fort Lauderdale, and urge all residents and visitors to enjoy our beaches responsibly. Dated this 19th day of May, signed by myself, Mayor Dean Trantelis. Congratulations. Thank you so much. Chief, would you like to say a few words? You're in charge of the division, yes.
Good evening, everyone. I want to thank Mayor Trantelis, the commissioners, and Manager Williams for the proclamation. I also want to update you guys some exciting things going on with Ocean Rescue. We are opening our new headquarters this summer. So we are going back into the Aquatic Center. We are also celebrating our 100-year anniversary for keeping lives safe on Fort Lauderdale Beach, and we are hosting Lifeguard Nationals August 4th through 7th on our beach, on our beautiful beach. So this week is about educating the public and keeping our beaches safe. I also want to thank my team for doing their best job on our beach, keeping the 5 million visitors that we see every year safe.
Great, thank you. Okay, that was nice, and thank you for your patience. We appreciate it. And now we'll get on with the rest of the meeting. At this point, we now go to what's called the consent agenda. The consent agenda is a list of the items that we will vote on tonight all at once, unless an agenda item is pulled specifically to be discussed and voted on separately. And I would invite, hold on a second, let me see if anybody has signed up. Okay, no one has signed up to speak on any. Oh, wait, someone has signed up to speak on one consent agenda item. But let me ask Commissioner Herbst, do you have any agenda items you wish to pull? None. Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
None.
Excuse me. Commissioner Glassman?
CM3.
CM3?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, and Vice Mayor?
None.
None. So, Troy Liggett. Troy, are you still here? There you are. You want to come and speak on CP6? This is a motion approving an agreement for request for qualifications regarding a capital improvement master plan for the Central City Community Redevelopment Agency. Yes. Good evening.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the Commission. To make sure I'm here on the right one, this is for the approval of the contract for the streetscape project, correct?
Right.
Okay. I'm here as president of the Middle River Terrace Neighborhood Association. My name's Troy Liggett. I'm here to oppose this. I'm sorry I couldn't attend your meeting this afternoon. I had to work. This is a proposal that hasn't been considered by the CRAB. I want to quickly give you some history of where it came from. Over 2 years ago, I was a member of the CRAB, and I was president of the board at that time. We went through a whole fight with the CRA on whether or not they could even do streetscape projects. And we finally convinced them to read their plan. They agreed that we wanted to do it. The whole board saw a couple $1 million sitting there doing nothing, and we wanted to do something with streetscapes. So we went through a whole exercise of having neighborhood association meetings, doing a survey, doing a list of projects. You will see in the minutes that you were on the agenda for today's meeting, there's a whole list of projects that the neighborhood wants to do. We only have a few $1 million, and we know that there are tens of millions of dollars we want to work on. When it came,
So what's your objection to this specific project?
My objective to this is twofold. First, when the board approved it, as in the minutes there today, we wanted two things. We said, number one, they're not going to start over, are they? We've done all this work. We have a list of projects. It's just prioritizing them. Number two, we don't want this to take months. This was in April of 2024. I'm like, this isn't going to be in 2025 when you do this, right? Oh, no. A year at most, and we'll have these prioritized. Here we are 2 years later. We've been waiting for this contract. I opened up the contract today. I called the chair of the CRAB, Kimber White. He was like, have you seen what is being proposed? He's like, nope, never seen it. I opened it up. Number one, it is starting from scratch. If you look at it, it has a current timeline of a year, which means it's going to be at least 2. They're starting over. They're looking at everything. They're doing surveys. They're doing this. They're doing that. We have a list.
May I recommend this?
Yes.
Brad, should we defer this item so that there's some community input here? There seems to be some confusion with the neighborhood association as to what CP6 is.
Or at least so that we can make sure that the Central City Redevelopment Advisory Board has heard this and discussed this. Have they not?
Chris,
This is Chris Cooper and Vanessa Martin, CRA.
Yeah, Mayor, Commissioners, Chris Cooper, Deputy City Manager. I don't have the history on how this played out with the advisory board. These typically do go through the advisory board for review. I'm happy to evaluate that and come back if the commission would like to defer that tonight for us to do that work.
I mean, there seems to be a lot going on here. There's rankings, and it wasn't like it just happened last night.
There was, and the procurement has taken a little bit of time to get to this point, so I do understand Mr. Liggett's frustration, I think, with the time that's passed. We were hoping to have that back to you a lot sooner as well. So if the commission wants to take another 2 weeks for us to go back and do some homework and bring back some information, we can do that work.
Okay,
Chris,
so go ahead.
No, thank you, Mayor. Chris, I also want to just make sure, because it says in the CAM that outreach efforts will include engagement with, and then it lists obviously the neighborhoods, Lake Ridge, Lauderdale Manors, Poinsettia Heights, South Middle River, and Middle River Terrace. So I'm a little confused by the engagement will. Like, has there been no engagement up till now?
So the engagement that's planned as part of this effort is the engagement to craft those priorities and that ranking and that plan to move forward with the capital improvement projects for the Central City CRA. So the engagement that's referenced in the CAM is the work to be done to create that plan to bring back.
Okay, thank you. So do we know, did the advisory board vote on this item to hire this organization as the vendor that will do the planning?
I don't have that answer tonight.
Okay, so we need to just get those answers.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, so we're going to pull the item?
I just moved to defer. How much time do we need, Chris? How much time do we need if we defer this?
How much time does Mr. Liggett need?
Yeah.
That's really...
So a lot of that will depend on the sequence of events that got us here. If it's something that I'm able to look into and work with Mr. Liggett to talk that through, it could be as quickly as the next meeting.
Okay, that would be good. And then we'll also obviously hear from the CRA board as well, right?
Yeah, right.
Okay, get all that information.
I do just want to confirm that the CRA Advisory Board did support moving forward with the plan as presented.
And when did they vote on that?
I do not have the date of that meeting, but according to the CAM, they have supported it.
Okay.
All right, so let's bring it up at the next meeting,
Yeah.
and Troy, hopefully you can get in touch with.
Thank you. The next meeting of the CRAB is on June 10th, so maybe the meeting after that, if they consider it, I think that's important. Yes, we did approve, the CRAB did approve it to move forward in April of 2024. I don't believe there's ever been, I've gone to the CRAB meetings and they haven't seen this proposal since then.
The wheels of government move slowly.
Yes, they do. So if it has to be June 16th, that's okay,
It has
right?
to
I
be
mean,
June
we're not in a
16th.
time crunch, are we?
No.
That's fine.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, except for CP6 and CM3, do I hear a motion to approve all the rest of the consent agenda items?
Moved.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Herbst? Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sorensen?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and all the consent agenda items are now approved. So if you came here for them, your item has now been approved. You're welcome to stay for the rest of the meeting. CM3, motion approving execution of a contract with the Research Foundation with CUNY. Yes.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Great program, but this came up at my district pre-agenda meeting last evening. So I just wanted to ask, I don't know which staff person would be the best person to ask, maybe city manager, you, or you can assign that, but do we have any deliverables? This is not the first year of this program that we're involved with to basically curb group violence. It's a group violence intervention program. Any deliverables, anything that we can read? How did it go? Just before we make that, it's nice to know what have they done up to this point. Have we hit our points that we needed to hit? Have we seen any data that shows that it was successful?
Thank you for that question, Commissioner Glassman. We are in the process of a pilot phase at this time for the program based on a state appropriation that we received last year. And I would like to call Chief Schultz and Captain Will August forward. I know that they have been working on this item.
Good evening again, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commission. Yes, this is a pilot program. It's not even a year completed yet, Commissioner. We received appropriations from the state of Florida to kick it off. This particular expenditure is related to bringing in a program from New York that has piloted this around the nation, and to show us and illustrate how we can best suit this for future use down here. What we've done thus far, we've done community events thus far, we've done individual outreach, and we've worked with groups to bring in volunteers who will be trained via this appropriation expenditure request from John Jay College, which is part of the University of New York system.
Thank you. So we did not have to file any kind of report as of yet or submit any kind of data or anything. It's just in that pilot stage.
Correct.
And then now, once we approve this, then we really get into the meat of the program?
Correct. That is
Okay.
correct.
Thank you. That's very helpful.
And we accepted the funding in November of last year, so we're really just gearing up now, and we hope to see some deliverables coming forward.
Yes, so do I. Thank you. It's a great program. I look forward to seeing what the data shows at the end. Thank you.
And Mayor, if I could also just expound on this a bit, I'm really excited about the collaboration and the work we've been working with. The City Commission 3 has been working with our police department and really making some strides. And again, it is a pilot program with an opportunity to make some great changes, addressing the group violence and bringing intervention, changing the path that we've been seeing. So to everyone, let's work together and look forward to some change. This is very promising, and it's a game changer for our city overall.
Okay, great. Would someone like to move the item?
Happy to move it. Thank you.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Herbst? Yes. Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sorensen? Yes. Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and CM3 is now approved. Moving on to M1, this is a motion approving an agreement for invitation to bids, Sebastian and Seville seawall replacement. Someone like to move the item?
So moved.
Been moved. Do I hear a second? Second? Been moved and seconded. Any questions?
Yeah, Mayor, I had a question on this.
Yes, sir.
As we're passing the final reading of our living seawall ordinance, have we explored a living seawall for this seawall.
So, I see Brad Kane is coming forward. Thank you.
Yep. Good evening. Brad Kane, Public Works Director. Vice Mayor Sorensen, staff is still evaluating that, so we're going to be able to see if we can meet the parameters to do that for a living seawall, but it's still under evaluation by staff, and hopefully we'll have an answer, I hope, in the next 30 to 60 days on it.
Okay, because I'd really like, if at all possible, anytime we're replacing a seawall, that it's a living seawall. So, okay.
Understood.
Great. So you'll give us an update then? Is that
Yes.
what happens?
Yes.
Okay.
Hold on a second. For the Sebastian Seville?
Yeah.
But we discussed that that's a tough spot because of the water taxi step. I thought we decided that this could not be a living seawall because of the traffic of the water taxis, probably very destructive in that area.
Yes, we took that feedback into account, Commissioner, and we're still doing some final due diligence on that. Our preliminary findings are that it might be a challenge for that, but we haven't concluded just yet.
Okay, that's not exactly what I was told yesterday, but okay, I'll go with it for now. Thanks.
Okay.
Thanks.
So it's been moved and seconded. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Herbst? Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman? Yes. Vice Mayor Sorensen?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and M1 is now approved. M2, motion approving an increase in the contract cost capacity for the invitation to bid the annual sewer repairs and replacement agreements with Southern Underground Industries and David Mancini. Would someone like to move the item?
So moved.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Any questions? Please call the roll.
Commissioner Herbst? Yes. Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sorensen?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and M2 is now approved. M3, motion approving the First Amendment to incorporate a voluntary price reduction to unit prices and cost capacity increase to the agreement relating to the annual asphalt mill and resurfacing agreement. Would someone like to move the item?
Moved.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Does anyone have any questions? No one signed up to speak. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Herbst? Yes. Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sorensen?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and M3 is now approved. M4, motion approving the First Amendment to incorporate voluntary price reduction to unit prices and cost increase to the agreement related to the invitation for bid to the annual concrete and paver stones team contracting, Inc. Do I hear a motion to approve?
Moved.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Any questions? No one signed up to speak. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Herbst? Yes. Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sorensen?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and M4 is now approved. M5,
That was removed.
I'm sorry?
That's removed from the agenda.
It's been pulled.
I didn't hear what you said.
Removed from the agenda.
Yes, right. I was getting there.
Okay.
Excuse me. R1, appointment of board and committee members. Mr. Clerk, would you please read the names into the record?
Thank you, Mayor. For the June 2nd resolution, Performing Arts Center Authority, John Millage, nominated by Mayor Trentalis. And for tonight's resolution, Charter Revision Board, Mary Peliquin, nominated by Mayor Trentalis. Community Appearance Board, Joseph Askerberg, nominated by Commissioner Glassman. Education Advisory Board, Janet Gualtieri, nominated by Commissioner Glassman. Dr. Lucretia Cooper, nominated by Commissioner Beasley Pittman. Marina Advisory Board, John Lynch, nominated by Commissioner Herbst. Park Recreation and Beaches Board, James Ward, nominated by Commissioner Herbst. Sustainability Advisory Board, Fabiana Ahumada, nominated by Mayor Trentalis. Deborah Williams, nominated by Commissioner Beasley Pittman. And we did receive one additional nomination after publishing for Education Advisory Board, Dadley Filius, nominated by Vice Mayor Sorensen. And that's it.
Okay, does anyone have any modifications or additions to the list? There being none, would someone like to introduce the resolution?
Introduce.
The resolution has been introduced. Please call the roll.
And that's as amended with the additional name?
As amended.
As amended.
Thank you. A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, appointing and nominating, if applicable, board and committee members as set forth in the exhibit attached hereto and made a part hereof. Commissioner Herbst? Yes. Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sorensen?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and R1 is now approved. Now, R2 relates to a conference meeting agenda item that we had from this afternoon that we suspended. So we'll discuss that right now along with this item regarding the sidewalk master plan, all right? Does City Manager, does staff have a presentation?
Yes, Milos Mastrovic will provide the presentation.
Good evening, Milos Majstorovic, Transportation and Mobility Department Director. So we are here to present on the sidewalk master plan. As part of the presentation, we will go over an update, review of the plan. We will provide a recommendation for some of the Tier 1 neighborhoods to be advanced in terms of public outreach, feasibility, design, and construction.
You're not going to go through the 58 pages of the sidewalk master plan, right?
No, we won't.
Okay.
No, we won't. So last time we presented, it was back in January of 2025, based on a feedback that we received from the City Commission at that point. In the meanwhile, we did finalize the plan. Resolution that is on the agenda tonight seeks to accept the sidewalk master plan that was developed, and if adopted again, it would enable us to engage community and selected neighborhoods, determine feasibility of the sidewalks, proceed with the design and construction efforts. So at this point, I will turn it over to Karen Warfel. She's our division planning manager, and she'll be presenting more details.
Hello, Karen.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioner, City Manager. I'm excited to be here today, kind of wrap up our sidewalk master plan journey. I wanted to, I'll be really quick, I promise everyone, but we've been on a journey to get to a place where we can move forward with our sidewalks. So the main intent of this plan is a little bit different than we've done some of our other visioning and concepts. This is really a data-driven implementation strategy where do we start? And it fits in with that strategic connection of We Are Connected that our division has been working on since we were created. So we did some public engagement throughout the process. We did a few touch points, making sure people were aware of what we were working on, understanding how people use the sidewalks, how they feel about them, understanding how our residents want us to prioritize and some of the key locations for that. This is an example of some of the survey questions that we asked in the beginning, and I think we might have talked about this last time we were here, but there were 18 questions about how people felt about sidewalks, what would make them use it more, and how they feel about the existing conditions. So we used all that. We had a good representation from across the city, from different neighborhoods, about over 800 respondents to that. We also did our second touch point about halfway through our process to talk about prioritization, and we did a variety of different methods. These are just a couple. We reached out to the Council of Civic Associations, we attended Neighbor Support Night, and we heard consistent responses from folks about, bless you, focusing on neighborhoods and residential areas and around schools were the top priorities. So we used that, but then we also had to create that foundation to make that prioritization even work. If we didn't have a good foundation of where sidewalks are and aren't, the rest would be kind of garbage. So if you look at the left side is all of the data. We thought LiDAR was going to solve all our problems. It did not. We used that with some existing GIS data that our colleagues in Public Works had, layered them all on top of each other, and you'll see the picture on the left and the right is the same area, but the lines are very different, and if you look at the red and green. So all of that QA/QC, along with another layer of aerial QA/QC, got us to a place that we're happy with our baseline data. So then what did that mean for us? It showed 579 miles of existing sidewalks and 436 miles of gaps. That is a lot of gaps to fill, and how do we approach that? So we use the prioritization that our residents gave us and best practices to focus most on where people are walking, likelihood of walking, which is that 60% purple, looking at schools and trails and land uses next to each other, like people told us, they're walking to the store or the restaurant. We also, then the second was roadway character, looking at locations where our residents had already asked for sidewalks through our Q Alert or C-Click Fix Now, places where we're seeing crashes, and then those neighborhood collectors where there's a lot of vehicles and you really want them, pedestrians to be separated from those cars. And we also looked at equity and transit routes to round it off. and the results. So we broke it down into 6 different categories, breaking it up into segments to make it a little bit more manageable, with the highest tiers, the group 1 and 2, red and orange, are the ones we're proposing to work on now, and then different phases as we work through those and you go along. This is an example. This is the South Middle River neighborhood. They are the neighborhood with the highest level of priority needs, so I pulled that one out to show an example. If you're familiar where the schools are, you can see the red and the orange surrounding the schools, showing that prioritization and as you go out. This shows sidewalks on both sides of the street, but after, as Milos mentioned, last year when we were here, Commission gave us direction to start on one side of the street first, to get that basic network going first. So again, South Middle River, showing the yellow lines are where the priorities would be, just one side of the street. That was just a desktop level review, looking at what's going on, where existing sidewalks are, minimal crossings, things like that, to give us a baseline. And I think, one of the important points for me of this presentation is this is just a baseline to start the conversation. These are not exact where things are going to go. These aren't finalized. The next step is going to be going to our neighborhoods. But across the city, this is how it looks. You see there's phase 1, tier 1 gaps across the entire city that we'll be working on, and relatively distributed equally across all of the districts. But because of the locations of schools and parks, it differentiates with some of those districts. So our next step is going to be today. We're here to present and hopefully get endorsement of the plan as well as our implementation strategy. As I said, the next phase would be going out to each of those neighborhoods to understand what their priorities are, what locations they prefer for each of those, very focused on the engagement for this next phase. And then we'll create that regular pipeline with the funding that we have after we have our work program, working with our capital projects division to do feasibility, design, construction, and just keep running those through the pipeline. So this is just a quick example of some of the materials we'll use when we go to the neighborhoods, about how they sit in the whole city. Those maps are included, what percentage of their network is complete or not, and the different categories of ranking. And then funding, it really comes down to that funding. And I wanted to show an example of how we're already working towards it. Again, South Middle River, and layering different funding opportunities. So the red in this map is surtax funding. We received a grant. So those red streets are ones that are already programmed. They're going to be in design soon. The REV grant is a grant through our MPO that they do semi-annually. We were successful in receiving a grant for, again, South Middle River. The green sidewalks are a part of that program. There's other things as well, but the green is just the sidewalks. And then the remaining gap could be things that are listed here of either city CIP, special obligation bond, or other grants like Safe Routes to School, where we can layer multiple things to accomplish these sidewalks. And we already have over $20 million of appropriated funds that we can use towards this goal. And we will keep looking for other opportunities as we move forward.
So Karen, how
Yes,
much does this funding cover in terms of fulfilling the goals? Like, you have this map here of South Middle River. You have about, what, 24 million, 22 million. How much does it take to make sidewalks?
I don't know if I have Public Works folks to back me up on the actual. I just create the dreams, Mayor. They make it happen.
So, Mr. Mayor, to answer your question, a lot would depend on the scope of work. We believe that provided the sidewalks are feasible and there is not much work related to drainage and landscape, about $500,000 to $600,000 a mile.
500,000 or 600,000 a mile.
That's right. But again, depending on the scope of work.
I get that, because drainage, you get all that. Okay. Whew. Okay.
But I think we'll be able to make a good dent. That's my planning level cost. We're going to make a good dent on what we have so far.
Okay, good.
But that's still a lot. We have 30 some odd neighborhoods that have priority sidewalks. So staff is proposing an approach where we start with just 7 neighborhoods per district. first to be able to go out and do all that outreach and get consensus on where to start. So the approach was starting with the top 4 highest need in each district, the highest quantity, as well as the bottom 3 with the lowest. So maybe there's a few hundred feet to finish all the priority sidewalks. So let's start with those 2 so that they're not sitting there for a long period of time just because they have a small amount. And then once we go through this first tier 1 and then going to the next 7 and keeping that momentum going through those neighborhoods. And we intend to track progress. Our partners in the IT department helped us set up this portal using the data that was used for the plan. So this is up and running now, fortlauderdale.gov/sidewalk master plan. You can see the plan, the neighborhood sheets that I showed, as well as an active portal that you can go in. You can search. This is by Riverside Park. You can search by neighborhood. You can search by district. And just a asterisk on that, they do segments across. There might be across neighborhoods or across districts, so numbers might be a little shifted than what's in the plan. But these show the same segments there. And we intend to track implementation as well. So as we accomplish these, if we're doing Southwest 9th or Southwest 15th on this map, then we'll change them to a different color that they're done so that residents can watch us make accomplishments through that.
Karen, thank you. Can you go back one slide, please?
Okay.
Thank you. Does the District 4 Harbordale, does that include Tier 1, the 15th Street pedestrian walkway?
I'm not positive. I don't have it in front of me. It does. Mila's
It does.
got my back. Yep. It
Excellent.
does.
Great. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments?
Great work. Thank you. This is
Okay,
great.
so the R2 is a resolution accepting the sidewalk master plan. Someone like to introduce the resolution?
Introduce.
It's been introduced. Any other questions or comments? Anyone else wish to speak on this item? Oh, wait a minute. Is Olga Zamora here? Okay, she signed up from this afternoon. Okay, there being none, please call the roll.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, accepting the sidewalk master plan in the City of Fort Lauderdale and providing for severability, rescission of conflicting resolution provisions and an effective date. Commissioner Herbst? Yes. Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sorensen?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and R2 is now approved. Thank you. And that concludes our conference meeting as well. R3, resolution approving a maintenance memorandum of agreement for State Road 811 with the Florida Department of Transportation for lighting improvements on the right-of-way on Northeast 4th Avenue. Would someone like to introduce the resolution?
Introduced.
Anyone have any questions?
Nope, 7 years in the making. We're going to get it done now.
Well, be patient, my friend.
I'm very patient.
Okay. So R3 has been introduced?
Yes.
Please call the roll.
A resolution, City Commission of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, appointing a District 4 Maintenance Memorandum of Agreement with the Florida Department of Transportation for lighting improvements within the right-of-way of State Road 811 Northeast 4th Avenue, providing for an effective date. Commissioner Herbst? Yes. Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sorensen?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and R3 is now approved. R4, this is a resolution approving an application for a dock permit for usage of public property by Robert Gallagher. Someone like to introduce the resolution?
Introduced.
Okay, 2 people have signed up to speak, but for questions only. Anyone have any comments? There being none, please call the roll.
That's for approval, correct?
Introduced for approval.
Thank you. A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, pursuant to Section 8-144 of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, granting a dock permit for installation, use, maintenance, and repair by Robert L. Gallagher, Jr., a married man of one proposed 40-foot plus or minus long by 8-foot plus or minus wide marginal wood dock with access up said marginal deck extending a maximum distance of 8 feet plus or minus from the property line on public property abutting the waterway adjacent to 1101 Cordova Road, as such property is more particularly described below, authorizing the proper public officials to countersign the declaration of covenants running with the land respecting a city-issued dock permit, authorizing recordation of this resolution subject to certain terms and conditions, repealing any and all parts of resolutions in conflict herewith, providing for an effective date. Commissioner Herbst? Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sorensen?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and R4 is now approved. Just want to point out that the chair of the Marine Advisory Board, Steve Whitten. Steve, are you here? I don't know if he's still here. This is his last meeting and before the commission. Just want to thank him for his years of work on the Marine Advisory Board, and congratulations, and we thank you for your years of volunteerism. R5 is
Mayor,
is he here?
Yeah, he was
There
in the
he
back.
is. Steve, I said wonderful things about you, no matter what they tell you.
Yes. It was a very short speech, Steve.
Thank you for your years of service on the Marine Advisory Board. I know this is your last commission meeting as chair, so I want to thank you for your volunteerism and for your commitment to the city.
I greatly appreciate it. It's been an honor, as I've shared with so many of the folks here. I retired. I'm 76 years old, and as much as I enjoy having a reason to get up, it's primarily because these are my friends. I mean, when you work with people every day, you either develop a friendship or hatred toward each other, and it's a love-hate relationship. But I'm going to miss you all. So thank you very much for acknowledging
Thank you,
that.
Steve, and thank you for the and Steve, thank you for the Whoppers. Thank you.
Actually, tell the truth. Bob Dunkel retired, and so you're following him out the door.
Yeah. I don't believe Bob Dunkel's retiring. I think he's retired 4 times already. So, okay. R5 has been removed from the agenda, so we move on to R6. Having fun yet, folks? R6 is resolution declaring notice of intent to convey city-owned property in the Northwest Progresso Flagler Heights Community Redevelopment Area to the Fort Lauderdale Community Redevelopment Agency and setting a public hearing for July 2nd. Someone like to introduce the resolution? Introduced. No one has signed up to speak. No one has signed up to speak. Yes. So please call the roll.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, providing notice of intent to convey one city-owned property located at 1306 Northwest 6th Street in the Northwest Progresso Flagler Heights Community Redevelopment Agency to the Fort Lauderdale Community Redevelopment Agency for public purposes pursuant to Section 8.02 of the City Charter, subject to terms and conditions, providing notice of a public hearing before the City Commission at 6 p.m. on July 2nd, 2026, for consideration of the terms and conditions to authorize execution of the conveyance instruments by the proper city officials and providing for an effective date. Commissioner Herbst? Yes. Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sorensen?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and R6 is now approved. R7, this is a resolution approving the First Amendment to the interlocal agreement between the City of Fort Lauderdale and the Fort Lauderdale Community Redevelopment Agency to add the capital improvements master plan project for the Central City Community Redevelopment Area. Someone like to introduce the resolution?
Mayor, just a question. I think we have to defer this to go with what we deferred with the master plan to begin with.
I thought we were going to do that. Okay, so we'll defer this. Do we need to defer it to a specific date?
I think we'll bring it back at the same time as the other item.
Okay, so we'll just take it off the agenda.
Yeah.
R8. This is a quasi-judicial resolution approving the vacation of a 5-foot wide by 50-foot long storm drain easement. So this is a quasi-judicial resolution, so anyone wishing to speak must be sworn in, and the commission will announce any site visits, communications, or expert opinions received and make them a part of the record. We have one person who signed up to speak. I believe that's just for questions only. Do you have any disclosures, Commissioner Herbst? None. Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
None.
I have one with Stephanie Toothaker and a site visit. Commissioner Glassman?
Yes, I have those same exact disclosures for R8. Thank you, Mayor.
And Vice Mayor?
Yes, applicant and site visits.
Okay. Ms. Toothaker, you have nothing to talk about. Where are you? Not with regard to this item, right? Okay. So do I hear a motion to close the public hearing?
Moved. Second.
Been moved and seconded. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Herbst? Yes. Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sorensen?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and public hearing on on R8 is now closed. Would someone like to introduce the resolution?
Introduced.
The resolution has been introduced. Please call the roll.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, vacating all that certain 5-foot wide storm drainage easement in portions of Lot 1 and Lots 1 and 16, Block 21, Beverly Heights, according to the plat thereof as recorded in Plat Book 1, page 30 of the Public Records of Broward County, Florida, located north of East Las Olas Boulevard, east of Southeast 10th Terrace, west of Southeast 12th Avenue, and south of Southeast 2nd Court, all said lands being in the city of Fort Lauderdale, Broward County, Florida. Commissioner Herbst? Yes. Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sorensen?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and R8 is now approved. Okay, now we move to PH1. I believe this is the reason why a lot of people are here tonight, so we're getting on to business. This is a public hearing, a quasi-judicial ordinance approving a rezoning located at 221 Southeast 12th Avenue from residential multifamily low-rise medium density district to the community business district with an allocation of 0.14 acres of commercial flex and approval of an associated site plan level 4 development permit for waterway use and landscaped yard reduction. Anyone wishing to speak must be sworn in. The Commission will announce any site visits, communications, or expert opinions received and make them a part of the record. Commissioner Herbst, do you have any disclosures?
Yes, I spoke with the applicant.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman, thank you.
Yes, applicant.
And I have met with the applicant as well as Stephanie Toothaker, as well as a site visit. Commissioner Glassman?
Yes, I have those exact same disclosures. Thank you.
Okay, and Vice Mayor?
Yes, applicant, site visit, and many, many neighbors.
Okay. Now, about 70 or 80 people have signed up to speak tonight. So, and I want, obviously everyone has an opportunity to be heard. We're going to ask the applicant, give them the opportunity to make a presentation before we begin the public hearing, and then I would ask everyone to try to limit their remarks to 2 minutes. And if you do hear your point of view already having been said, you do have the opportunity to pass on it as well. Ms. Toothaker, did you want to make your presentation?
Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. We appreciate you allowing us to be here this evening on behalf of Weston Jewelers. Before I begin my presentation, I would just like to give the microphone to Mr. Dykes to give a few comments.
Great.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners, and members of the community. My name is Ed Dykes, and my family and I are the owners of Weston Jewelers. For over 25 years, we have proudly served South Florida, built lasting relationships here, and operated our business with integrity, passion, and long-term commitment. We're not a large outside corporation coming into Fort Lauderdale. We're a local family business that has grown over decades through trust, dedication, and genuine care for our clients and community. What we are proposing on Las Olas is more than just another building. It is a meaningful investment in Fort Lauderdale's future, one that will create jobs, support surrounding businesses, and contribute to the thoughtful growth many residents want to see. We chose the east side of Las Olas intentionally because we believe the future of the entire boulevard, not just one end of it. Las Olas is becoming a more walkable destination, and we believe investment should support that vision as well. We have listened carefully throughout this process. We have worked with city staff, planners, architects, and neighboring residents and made thoughtful adjustments because we generally care about doing this the right way. The scale of this project is in line with the surrounding area and consistent with the direction of development already taking place. Our goal has always been to create something beautiful and complementary to the future of Las Olas. We have also taken meaningful steps to be responsible neighbors, particularly when it comes to parking and traffic concerns. Most importantly, this project will bring new visitors to East Las Olas, who will also support nearby restaurants, shops, and local businesses. This project represents our belief in the city. We are investing here because we believe Fort Lauderdale's best days are still ahead. Thank you for your time, your consideration, and the opportunity to be part of the Fort Lauderdale future.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Ms. Toothaker, and how much time do you need to make your presentation?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to ask for 30 minutes and endeavor not to use
You
it.
probably won't need 30 minutes, but go ahead.
I'd like to also just, in addition to the Dykes family, Ed's wife is here, his family is here, his son is here. Also, Architectonica, who is our architect, Flynn Engineering, Blake Kidwell is here. Suzanne Danielson, our parking consultant, is also here, and we're all here to answer any questions at the end of our presentation.
So anybody who speaks on your behalf will be part of that 30 minutes.
Okay. Thank you. They're not speaking. They're just here to answer questions.
Well, they should be.
So obviously, the Dykes family, you've heard from Mr. Dykes. He is too modest to tell you that they're one of the top 1% jewelers in the country. So it's really significant when we talk about Las Olas. If you watched the Planning and Zoning Board meeting, or if you heard, we talked a lot about luxury and the opportunity to bring luxury to Las Olas. As a woman resident, lifetime resident of Fort Lauderdale, I've said this before. You've heard me say it. If you know me, there is nowhere for us to go. There is nowhere for us to shop. We go to Miami, we go to Palm Beach to do our shopping, and this is a real and very exciting opportunity to bring a luxury product to Fort Lauderdale. And these are just some of the brands that are committed to not only the Dykes family and Weston Jewelers, but to this store specifically. So those are in the luxury world, that's a very exciting thing to be able to bring here. So there have been a lot of changes to this project. I keep hearing, that the family and that the developer has been unwilling to make changes, but I think that's a little bit of a misnomer, and I'm going to take you through some of the changes that we did make. And as Ed said, we really spent a lot of time with the neighborhood listening to concerns, and we made a lot of changes. So I think we're really down to 3 issues, and I'm just going to take them one by one, and those are the height, the zoning, and the parking. I know you all are familiar with the site. Everyone's familiar with the site. It is on Las Olas, and it is on the Himmershey River. It is a 0.267 acre lot, and there is right now commercial on a portion of it, and then there's some old residential units on the back half. But I really want to talk about height, and I want to talk about context, because I think this is really important. I've seen signs. I know there are people standing outside, and they keep saying, take the height down, drop the height. But this is a 5-story product. This is a 5-story building, and I think it's really important to look at what is this building in the middle of. And I took the time to do this presentation and to lay this all out, because I think you really have to look at the height of this building being 5 stories in the context of what's around it. So directly across the street is the Himmershey Landing building, which is also a 5-story building that's 82 feet in height. The Northern Trust building, also on the other side of Las Olas, is 3 stories. There is a residential building behind us that is 4 stories in height. And importantly, immediately on the other side of the canal is Villaggio, which is a mixed-use product, and that is also 5 stories in height. And finally, not the least of which is the hotel that's coming to Las Olas. I think everyone's really excited about it. But you can see in the context of this slide, it is literally a stone's throw away, and that was just approved by this city commission and our Planning and Zoning Board at 12 stories or 150 feet. So what does that look like?
So how tall is your 5 stories?
I'm going to get to that, because it's a journey.
I mean, I'm just trying to cut to the chase here.
I will try to go.
There are certain things that everybody wants to know.
Yes, I know.
Height, parking. Okay,
yes,
go
and
ahead.
I broke the presentation down to those 3 topics, but I do want to talk about that this proposal is, at least a portion of it, is in a district that is B1, and B1 permits heights up to 150 feet. So the entire strip that you see in front of you in red, that is all zoned for 150 feet. So 150 feet is what we specifically designated as a planning community to this street as appropriate for the lot. There are other zonings around us, but I also think it's important to look at the RAC EMU, which permits heights up to 30 stories, and the RAC CC, just within walking distance of this site. This just shows you, I wanted to map it out. I wanted to map out how close the hotel is. Again, the hotel also requested a rezoning on the northern half of the lot, the exact same rezoning that's before you this evening. And that project goes up to 150 feet all the way across. That was approved
That go back to Second Court?
Yes, it does.
So from Las Olas to Second Court?
That's correct.
That's already been rezoned?
Identical, yes.
Okay.
Already
All right.
rezoned and already approved.
Okay.
Yes, and it's 400 feet away. This is a really important slide, and I'm just going to pause here for a minute. This is what is permitted on this site. The vision on the left, which is beautiful, we took the same building, we modeled it out to show you what 150 feet by right would look like. And we also, because what Architectonica and the Dykes family did is said, that kind of looks ridiculous. It looks out of place. Wouldn't it just make more sense to take that height down to about half and spread it across the entire site? Because what you can see there is that the building that is in the background, which is the one that's being proposed this evening, we are now at 74. I mean, there's the height right there, what's proposed. 74 feet of habitable and 81 feet and 11 inches up to the mechanical. This is a picture that actually was used by the newspaper, and you can see Villaggio in the foreground. It's also a 5-story building. And again, what's on the left, that's the 150 feet by right.
So yours is 74 feet then?
It's 74 feet, that's correct.
Okay.
That's correct. It's 81 including 81 feet 11 inches when you add the mechanical equipment.
Mechanicals, right.
Yes, because we enclosed the mechanical equipment so it looked nice, so it would be beautiful. So, but we made many changes, and I want to talk about where we started. Okay. So when we first started this project, when we first submitted it to DRC, a lot of people showed up from Beverly Heights and Cooley-Hammock, and this you can see here in this diagram. What we're showing you is that original site plan. Number one, the habitable height was 90 feet. And to the mechanical was 108 feet, and the project also included 2 restaurants. And we heard from the neighborhood, we just don't think that restaurant goes here. Now, I will say that Planta Queen is immediately to our east, and the restaurant that's in the base of Villaggio is immediately to our west. But that being said, the Dykes family, with great effort to work with the neighborhood, said, we hear you loud and clear, we are going to go ahead and remove those restaurants. And as a result of that, we were able to make a height reduction. So we removed the 2 restaurants from the site plan, and we reduced the height from 90 feet to 74 feet habitable, which was a 16-foot height reduction. And then on the mechanical equipment, we went from 108 feet to 88 feet in the mechanical, which was a 20-foot parking reduction. So that's a very significant parking reduction. And more recently, we were able to take yet another look at the height and say, okay, what can we do? How can we squeeze some more height out? So they took some floor heights out where they were able to do it. And they also removed the elevator that went to the roof, and they were able to bring the mechanical even further down. So the building height is now 81 feet 11 inches, which is shorter than the Himmershey Landing building, which is directly across the street. So it is not the tallest building in this vicinity. So overall, that's a height reduction from where we started of 16 feet habitable, but 26 feet 11 inches. So that's essentially 2.5 floors that came off the building from where we started to where we sit today. This is the Las Olas Mobility Plan, and I think this is a really important slide because this was just recently adopted, and we've also heard that this just isn't the right location, that there are no shops at this end of Las Olas. But in fact, this site is actually specifically designated by the Las Olas Boulevard Mobility Plan to be in the shops district. And in fact, there's quite a few, as you know, there's quite a few restaurants and stores that are actually to the east of this project. The land use designation is one of the applications that's before you this evening. We do need to request that the commission allocate commercial flex to the portion of the land use that is shown in light brown. And with regard to the rezoning, we are asking for a rezoning, as I said, exactly what the hotel asked for. We are asking for a rezoning to CB, again, of that north half. And we did do a very deep dive analysis on what is appropriate for a rezoning. And from the staff report, the staff report agrees with our analysis and says that the proposed rezoning is consistent with the character and development of the East Las Olas corridor. So we've also heard that there have never been any rezonings, and I think this is also a really important point to make. These are all the rezonings that have happened in this area, not the least of which, very recently, obviously, we already talked about the hotel, but the Bellagio building was actually a rezoning. It was rezoned to mixed use to permit that restaurant, mixed use, residential, and garage. So that our immediate neighbor went through that same rezoning. And if you look a little further into other areas in the Cooley-Hemmock Beverly Heights neighborhood, there have been other rezonings. Appropriate, no big discussion about it, but there was a rezoning to PDD, there are some rezonings to CB, rezonings to XP, just a lot of different rezonings in this area. So we took the slide and wanted to show you that this is not a standalone case of a rezoning. We've also heard that this particular site is adjacent on all sides to residential, and that in fact is not accurate either. And I think that was important to point out. So if you look around us, obviously we talked about the Himmershey Landing building. We're now shorter than Himmershey Landing. And you see Bellagio, which is a mixed use. Behind the property, of course, is Las Olas Podiatry. But I think most importantly, and what I really want to focus on here, is if you look immediately to the east of the back half of the north half of this property, that is an office. That is not residential. That's an office. And on the back half is office, and on the front half is mixed use, restaurant, retail, and more office. Surrounded on all sides essentially by similar uses. Let me talk about parking, because parking has been a really important topic and we spent a lot of time on this. We have 100 off-site parking spaces. We are required by code to have 129 parking spaces. I've said before, and I'll say it again, in what world are there 129 people in a jewelry store all at the same time? But that being said, you have to live by the code. And the code says 129 spaces, and then when you apply a shared use analysis, you get to 119 spaces. So Mr. Dykes and the development team really worked to find parking. We actually do have one additional parking for a small number of spaces, so I didn't list it here. But after the Planning and Zoning Board, I called the pastor of the church, and who I know, and I said, you've got these huge lots here, and they're available to the public. They're managed by something called Air Garage. Do you have any additional, do you have parking that you could, that we could arrange for? So we had a large number of meetings with the church, and the church was, I'm cautious to speak on behalf of the church, but we entered into a parking lot license agreement for 40 parking spaces. Mr. Dykes is paying for those spaces now as a donation to the church, even though those spaces will not be used until the project, if approved, opens in 2027. But the church was very happy for that. Obviously, anytime you make a donation to a church or a synagogue, that's a wonderful thing. So that was something that the church saw as a real benefit, and we've been in constant communication with them, and they've been really just wonderful to work with. We also have an executed LOI for 40 parking spaces with Demco Parking. Demco Parking is an entity that owns private lots all over the city. So that really operates more as remote parking. So that would be great for our employees, because one of the commitments we made is that employees will never use public parking, will never park on the street or never use public parking. So we have an additional 40 parking spaces. And I do have also an LOI with Moss Construction, who is the majority owner of the building across the street. And I want to share this because this is important. This came up a couple of times in discussions. So when we appeared at Planning and Zoning Board, we had an LOI with Moss for 34 spaces in the Moss building. After Planning and Zoning Board, we went to go meet with them to finalize that LOI and to enter into a more formal document. And we had to rework that document. And one of the partners said, we really would prefer you to go look at the church and see if you can make an agreement with the church. That's how we got to the church. It was after Planning and Zoning Board that we went to go meet with the church, and that's how we entered into an agreement with the church. But subsequently, after Planning and Zoning, we also entered into the Demco parking agreement, and then Moss also gave us a signed LOI for back in the Himmershey building, but for 20 spaces instead of 34. So that's how we got to the 100 parking spaces, and those are all signed.
Question on that, Stephanie, what's the length of term of those contracts or LOIs?
They're all different. The one that's not listed is for 25 years, and then the three other ones are for 5 years with renewing options.
Okay, and what are there non-revocable or non-cancelable, any other legal stipulations to it?
They're all different. Each, depending on the entity, they had different, obligations themselves. So they all, Moss was the one that I thought was the most important, and they said, we'll work with you. Moss is actually building the building, so they said, we'll work with you as long as you need, but we don't enter into documents longer than 5 years. They all told us that. They all said, this is 5 years. All of our agreements are 5 years with renewing options.
Okay, thank you.
I'd like to also...
Wait. Let's go back.
Yeah.
So when Planta was approved, their site was approved, they were required to have 94 spaces.
Correct.
And we reduced it to 5. I don't know if we reduced it. I think Planning and Zoning reduced it.
Correct.
Okay. So they agreed to a 95% reduction.
And I'm listing all of these. All
right.
have.
These are just
parking
examples.
reductions. Yes.
The Whitfields, Earls. I mean, these are significant reductions.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
And thank you for making the point, because when we started researching the parking reduction, now I'm going to say I'm happy that the Planning and Zoning Board granted these. It's appropriate. It's Las Olas. You don't drive to Las Olas. I mean, first of all, if you're going to go out to dinner and have a drink, you're not driving, I hope. So most people, I was just there with my best friend on Saturday night, and we both took Ubers and went to Catch and Cut, and then we walked up and down the street, as people tend to do, because Las Olas is meant to be a pedestrian experience. Yes, there are public lots around, and yes, some people drive, but the majority of people that drive really, I mean,
you're saying they don't just go to one destination.
You don't go to one destination. If you're going to go, if you've got an appointment at Weston Jewelers to buy something, you're probably going to go to dinner, or you're going to go down to Kilwins and get an ice cream, or you're going to add something else. And the parking is public. Now, we are not, for our parking reduction, we had to show that there was available public parking, but you can see we actually have 106 parking spaces. We have 106 parking spaces. But the reality is these uses all work together, which is why your city and our private consultants all work together to find shared use, because it's not a one-stop destination. And quite frankly, the codes haven't caught up to the fact that people use Uber and Lyft. A lot of these codes were written before rideshare even existed. So I'm not complaining about these parking reductions. I think they were appropriate. I think they needed to be granted, and I think every single one of these uses really adds something to Las Olas as a resident here. I think most people that live around there, we're so sensitive to the parking. I want to say that if I lived behind Las Olas, which I don't, but if I did, I would be angry too if somebody that didn't have a parking pass, parked in front of my yard. They have an absolute right to be upset about that. That's an enforcement issue. That's not, hey, we need to impose on a jewelry store a 129 parking space requirement. And I think that's why this is such an important discussion to have about how do we make this work better to protect the residents that live around Las Olas, but also acknowledge that we want to encourage uses, retail and restaurant, on our most important shopping street. That when people get off cruise ships, everyone sends them to Las Olas. That's where they're going. And those people are not driving cars. 9 times out of 10, if you're going to Las Olas, you are taking an Uber or a Lyft. 9 times out of 10.
So if you could you just go back there? So this might be a correct question for Chris, but the ULDR requirement for parking, I believe, is parking on site. Is that right? Am I saying
it has
that right?
to be within 700 feet of a safe pedestrian path. So for instance, if there is public parking on one end of Las Olas, you cannot rely on that for your use. It has to be just within your quick little vicinity.
Within, you said 700 feet? Is that what you said?
Of a safe pedestrian path.
Okay, so do the LOIs and other contract that you have, is that within 700 feet?
No, those don't have to be within 700 feet.
Right, but that's the point I'm making is the parking agreements don't meet the ULDR requirement.
Correct.
Right.
They do not.
So,
because your ULDR requirement requires and this is something that I've been discussing for many, many years as we do parking reductions, for me to have a ULDR off-site parking agreement, I have to record a document in perpetuity against somebody else's property. No owner will ever consent to that.
But to the extent the distance is within 700 feet.
No, we can have off-site parking wherever.
No, but I'm saying the proposals that you're making tonight, those parking sites are within 700 feet.
They are, but they're not required to be.
I know, but I'm just,
Yes.
I think that was what the question was.
Yes, I'm sorry if I misunderstood.
No,
They're very close.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
But yeah, and what I wanted to get at was even having agreements for parking for the 106 spots doesn't negate the need for a ULDR parking reduction if they want.
I see what you're
right?
saying.
Correct.
So then the next question is, do you know if any of these parking reductions, these businesses that have the parking reductions, form similar contracts, LOIs for parking?
Not that I'm aware of.
Yeah, I'm not aware of either.
But I can't speak. They're not my clients, so I can't speak to it.
Right. So even though having 106 through the contracts gets close to the ULDR requirement, the full reduction would still be required. Am I
Correct.
saying
That's
that
exactly right.
Exactly.
Yes.
Okay. Thanks.
And the only way to get around that is if someone was willing to let you record an agreement, an off-site parking agreement in perpetuity, which will never happen.
Okay. Thanks.
So all this is just a little bit of a deep dive about where these parking reductions are, and these have all been approved in the last several years.
Sorry, can you just go back? I just want to go back one more to.
So that's the new.
So that's the new restaurant.
Correct.
So 100. So this was planning and zoning. Yeah, approved. Correct. So 108 ULDR spaces required. So that's okay. All right. Thanks. If you go to the next one.
Wow.
Oh, I didn't realize we were having these dramatic parking reductions.
Yeah. You should read the planning and zoning minutes.
Yeah.
Check it out.
Late night reading tonight.
Check it out.
Yeah.
Check it out.
Commissioner Glassman, some of us have lives, you know.
Yeah, exactly.
I love the minutes. I love the minutes.
Great. Glad you keep eating it up. Okay. Thanks.
So you're saying these are precedents that have been set by planning and zoning?
I'm not making a case of precedent. I personally think that there should be there should be a protection of the residents that live around Las Olas, number one. But beyond that, there should be an acknowledgement that these parking reductions are a bit ridiculous. Because we either want Las Olas to be our shopping destination and a retail and restaurant street that's lively, that people want to go to, and then we stop making people show that a jewelry store needs 129 parking spaces all at one time. It's not a reasonable request. But this is unfortunately the situation we find ourselves in. So when some people are opposed to a project, they latch on to that because because by code it looks like you're asking for something that's unique. But the reality is every use asked for this, and every use was granted it, and it should have been.
Stephanie or Ed, how many people roughly visit Western Jewelers in a 24-hour period?
So out in Weston, we have about 35 people visit our store a day.
In an entire day?
An entire day.
Thank you.
Stephanie, can I ask a question? So you said something about the folks in Cooley Hammock, and if people are parking in front of their house and blocking their driveways, that it's an enforcement problem. So, I've been here quite a while, and I remember when we started the residential parking program to relieve the burden on the folks in Cooley Hammock. So what are you suggesting that they do? Call a tow truck? Call the cops to come and ticket cars? Because we don't tow them away. Police aren't going to show up and tow a car away if it's blocking somebody's driveway. So what do you propose that the folks in Cooley Hammock do when their driveway is being blocked by folks that randomly park around the street? And by the way, it has usually been employees. of the business establishments that have been doing that, because they're generally not making enough money to afford to park in a garage. So the folks that park in the neighborhood are usually folks that work in these businesses.
I know there's a residential parking permit program. I actually, and I know the city has a contract with, I think it's Westway Towing. I actually do think those cars should be towed. If you're parked in front of somebody's residential product and you don't have the residential parking on it, then I would think that the neighbor, the resident, should be able to call the city, maybe a hotline, and say there's a car that doesn't belong here in front of my house, and then the city can have it towed. That's what I would want.
So let me just ask, and I don't know who, is this city manager, is this chief of police? So is that what we do when somebody is illegally parked? So like I used to live on 15th Avenue, and people would park in front of my house and block my driveway. I never had a phone number that I could call up and have a tow truck company haul somebody away. So what do we do in that case?
Yes, so Commissioner, our residents can always call our customer service number. Option 4 is for parking and transportation, mobility and parking, including parking enforcement. There is a live dispatch that can respond and immediately send enforcement there. In terms of the practice for towing, the best response related to that concern would be police department. They can tow on the spot. We've really done a tow immediately, unless there are multiple violations, but we can encourage those who park there, leave notices and whatnot to make sure that we correct behavior.
So if they call, somebody comes, a PES comes out and writes a ticket, does the PES call for a tow truck?
They can create a request with police department for the vehicle to be towed.
The PES will let me make sure I understand you. The PES will then complete a request for PD to call a tow truck. That's our standard practice if somebody is parked in a place it shouldn't be?
That is correct. That's my understanding, yes.
And Chief, is that your understanding of how this works? Because I've never seen that happen, so this is all new to me.
After the chief responds, I have a comment to that.
Sure.
Commissioners, so if it's private property is one thing. If it's completely, say, on a driveway or private property,
right,
we would still respond, of course, for the potential disturbance, but the homeowner or the resident would be responsible for calling the tow truck.
That's what I thought. I don't
if it's
think
completely
we've ever
private
removed,
property.
right, we don't tow away from private property.
Right. Now, if they're blocking a roadway or partially blocking, totally different.
Right. Okay. That's my understanding. So I just wanted to be clear, because I have heard of disputes involving people parking on private property, and we do not remove anybody parked on private property, and somebody who owns that can't have a tow truck tow somebody away if they don't have an agreement, right?
That's correct. Yeah, with a tow truck, it's like an apartment complex you're talking about? Or
it's just in front of my house. Somebody parks in my driveway, blocks me, and I'm pretty much stuck until they come along and come back, right?
No, well, no. You can, if you're blocking the driveway completely and you can't leave your house,
right,
then you can call a tow truck.
I can call a tow truck company and they'll send a tow truck out?
Yes. But the city can't, the city can't do that.
But who pays for it?
Who pays for the tow truck then?
It would be the homeowner.
Right.
Got it. Okay.
All right. Just knowing what I'm experiencing in District 3, because what I'm hoping we can, if we're going to move forward in this direction with the complete 100% parking reduction, with the overflow that goes into the neighborhoods, because what we're experiencing in District 3, a complex went up, we reduced the parking, and now they're parking along the swells in the neighborhoods, blocking churches, and we're really having a challenge to get this corrected.
Right.
So with this, my question for, because we represent the city, not only my district,
of course,
what also could be offered to assure these neighbors that when you have this situation, that as a good neighbor, a good business owner in the area that's coming in, is there something that you may be able to offer to relieve that problem with the overflow parking on my swell in my driveway?
Absolutely, Commissioner. That's a great question. I haven't had a chance to ask Ed this, but I'm certain you would say yes, that we could have a contract with a towing company that if it's someone associated with the because one of the commitments that we have is that we'll always make somebody available 24/7 through construction and at all times. if and when this gets approved and built. So one thing we could do is have a contract, commit to a contract with a towing company that Weston Jewelers would be responsible for paying if it's somebody, you know, that is going to Weston Jewelers, in addition to the off-site parking that we already have. I think, are you?
I absolutely agree with that, yes. But how would we know if there's somebody from Weston, if somebody parked on my swale, how are we going to know if they're in Weston Jewelers or if they're somewhere else until after the fact? I mean, that seems, that seems somewhat challenging to figure out.
If they're driving a Ferrari.
All right, so if Rolls Royce, they're at Western Jewelers. If it's a Honda, they might be somewhere else. Is that what we're talking about?
Very easy.
So if they're in the mayor's Bentley, they're in Western Jewelers. If they're in my Ram 1500 pickup, they're not there. Got it. All right.
It's very simple.
I think we could probably work something out with the neighbors and make that information available. And if they see them walking towards the jewelry store, I'm certain that Ed would stand by that.
So if I can jump in here. So I've worked very closely with Cooley Hammock, Commissioner Herbst, to develop the residential parking program in Cooley Hammock. And we've actually modified it over the years. And I won't go into all the details, but there are certain requirements about residential parking. There's certain hour limitations. It's actually a very robust program that's largely been working very well in Cooley Hammock. I'm very proud of it because we really had to kind of update and improve and tweak over time. And so it's been working well. This would present, some possibly more parking, but all of those cars that park in Cooley Hammock have to abide by the residential parking program, and they will. And I think this concept of having added tool for enforcing that existing strong residential program, I think would be great, because I actually get calls periodically from Cooley Hammock neighbors when there is someone that's staying beyond the allowance of the residential parking permit as a visitor. And so there's a very complex kind of program. So I think this could be only helpful, but we've got a very good foundation at least to move from. Thank you.
Definitely. So obviously Planta Queen also was granted that reduction, Luigi's. I'd like to dive into site plan, and I'm getting close to the end, I promise. One of the things that we've also heard a great deal about is that that we're asking for a modification. There is on the setback, there is a requirement in the city code that says if you're adjacent to a waterway, you have to have a 20-foot landscape buffer. I'll just say that just doesn't make sense for this property, but I think it's also really important to look at what's actually happening on the site, because the building is not on the water. There's the property line. If you look, the property line is not straight across. It cuts in and then goes straight across. And so we have to, by code, we have to ask for a 0-foot modification, but it's actually not 0 feet. There is like one point where the building at the back jets out, and that's 0 feet. But the rest of it, there's actually 6 feet. And that's only where you see the black line to the building, that's 6 feet. And then there's an additional 9.7 feet to the edge of dock. So it's actually a very, very wide area. And that, and I'm going to show you some images that show you what that actually looks like rendered. We've also already committed to a living seawall. We heard a lot about that. I'm offering that as a voluntary condition. We've already spoken to Kind Designs. Tyler Chappelle is here. We've already been having those discussions, so that's a voluntary condition. I think Ed and his family are very happy to do that. A little bit of what's happening inside the store. There have been discussions as well about, that I think there was a little bit of a misunderstanding that there were stores within the store. They're layouts of brands within the store, but they are not vendors. Everyone that works in this building is an employee or family member of Weston Jewelers. There are no other vendors, outside vendors coming in. You can see that we're showing you on the ground floor that Rolex is an identified space. You've got Cartier as an identified space, Omega is an identified space. There are brands that are committed to coming here, but the employees that sell that product are employees of Weston Jewelers. There are no outside people at all involved. And ground level level is all individual brands, and you can see they're identified by different boxes. And the designers that work with those brands have been involved and have designed those individual spaces so they're commensurate with what, Cartier would like to see, is different than what Rolex would like to see. So that's all been included. On the second level, this kind of jewelry shopping and watch shopping is experiential in nature. So I think there was also a misunderstanding that there was a bridal studio in the space. There's not a bridal studio. There's a bridal area where if you are an engaged couple or about to be engaged couple rather, and you want to go look at rings, you sit down, maybe have a glass of champagne, and the people that work in this store bring you a selection of rings to look at. So you can see that's a very important space. That's on the back half, and then we have other additional brands on the front half. Here, we've talked a little bit about Rolex. If you have a new Rolex, or I've learned so much about watches, I feel like I could work at the store now. So if you own a pre-owned Rolex or a new Rolex and you want to have that watch serviced, you lose your warranty if you don't have that serviced by someone that is certified by Rolex. That's very rare from what I understand. It used to be that if you take your watch in, it has to be sent away to Switzerland to be repaired and you get it back a year later. So what you see here, and this is such a low intensity use, but it is a really important component of the building, that is your Rolex repair. So that actually will be happening in Fort Lauderdale, and that's very significant in the watch world. And then, of course, on the front half, more dedicated brand area space. The family office. The family office is a very important component as well. This is an office space only for the Dykes family. And we have a lot of family offices in Fort Lauderdale. That's a very common use. It's an extremely low impact use. That's 1-2 people that run a family office. The Moss family office is actually directly across the street, which is probably why they had so much available parking, because it's not an everyday go to the office type of use. So the family office is on level 4. And on level 5, we have additional brand space as well as, an employee lounge area. And I just want to show you some images of what that looks like. This is something that we didn't have ready. I do want to point out again that we are essentially the same height as the Villaggio, which is right next door. And just obviously the building is beautifully designed. We've been working on the interiors and the entrances. So this is this front corner here is meant to be a fountain with obviously the beautiful Rolex symbol. I had mentioned that I would show you how far back the building is from the waterway. So you can see here this is rendered and to scale. So you can see it's not sitting right on the water. And here that is from a different image, from a different perspective rather. And you start to see some of the exteriors of the building and what's happening in the building. And I'm just going to take you through really quickly here. I don't need to keep paging this. So these are some of the interiors of what is happening on the ground floor. You can see it's beautifully designed. The specifications are required by the brands. You can see. So just some pretty images. That's the second floor. That's the bridal area. Really, just no expense spared on design. I just want to take you through these quickly. So now we're on the third floor. Public participation. We've had a lot. I've also heard that we weren't willing to meet with folks, and I don't need to read this all to you, but post the DRC meeting, we made a presentation to Beverly Heights. We did some virtual public participation meetings. We had Planning and Zoning Board, then we met with Cooley Hammock and Beverly Heights. Cooley Hammock in a small meeting, and then we met with Cooley Hammock and Beverly Heights again at a very large meeting that was held at the church, and then we met with Beverly Heights again, and here we are this evening at the City Commission. Some of the conditions of approval, all the conditions that we offered at Planning and Zoning Board, for instance, our employees will never be permitted to use public parking. They will always be accommodated in private lots that the spots are being paid for by Weston Jewelers, installation of a living seawall. We also did, and I want to submit it for the record, we did do a commitment letter to Beverly Heights, And those, I don't need to read them all because I'm going to submit it for the record, and I want to ensure that those become, if this site plan is to be approved, I want to make sure that those word for word become conditions that we are agreeing to. But essentially, the office use is only for the Dykes family. For employee parking, I already addressed. We offered a voluntary.
Sorry, can you go back one, please? Thanks. Okay, thank you.
Actually, could I back you up to that? So go back to that if you would, 1 second, Stephanie. So any future property owner will need to seek applicable site plan approval. So talk about that for a second, please.
Yeah, it's actually, I repeated it in a more specific way here.
Okay.
And this was what we negotiated with Beverly Heights. They're very appropriately, Beverly Heights, and I'm sure Cooley Hemmick as well, but this came from meetings with Beverly Heights. They asked Mr. Dykes to commit that this is the only use that will happen in this building because, as you know from the presentation, when we originally submitted, we had 2 restaurants, and I think there was a fear maybe that we would try to put restaurants back in, so we are committing that that will never happen, that the site plan that is here, this is the only use that, and as part of the site plan ordinance, we would include that restriction, that it is the family office, that we're not going to try to add some other, office use in. It's the family office, the jewelry and watch store with uses that are customary to be included with jewelry and watch store, which sometimes includes things like home goods, but that it would be specific to this exact site plan. Anything else would have to start over from the beginning, which would include community engagement, site plan hearings, and all that.
So that doesn't mean that somebody else couldn't come along. If the Dykes decide at some point to sell the building, then a future building owner could come back in and come to a future city commission and ask for any of those uses.
They would have to start the process over.
Right, but it's not precluded in perpetuity. In other words, just come back and asking the commission again.
Correct.
Kind of like we're doing tonight.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, precluded by the Dykes family and this use, but it's someone, of course, there's no way to restrict that.
So, sorry, just go back there. So, city attorney, is this language sufficient, reasonable, and appropriate?
Vice Mayor, I would need some time to analyze that. I can barely see it right here.
What
are you?
If I might suggest, this has to come for a second reading, so perhaps we could work on language in between first and second reading that the city attorney can confirm is what the intent is.
I'll do that, Vice Mayor. And so you're wondering whether this is enforceable?
Right.
Yeah.
So if you're tracking the restaurants and the use of the private office space.
And that
the
would
limitations put around those.
Absolutely have to be considered because there has to be a means to enforce it.
Right. Okay.
Understood.
So you would work on this going forward?
And we'll make sure that it's included in any final plan.
Okay.
So one thing, Stephanie, I would ask, please, as a favor, is if you're going to introduce language like this that my city attorney needs to review, please try and get it to her so that she can give us an answer timely.
Yes, I respect that, Commissioner. I'm sorry, we were working on it with Beverly Heights up to literally the last minute, but yes.
Okay,
Duly noted.
I don't like to not be able to ask my city attorney for her, learned opinion, and she's struggling trying to read the screen.
I understand.
Well, we do have a second reading, so it's good.
One thing that came up is just concern about. What'd you say, Mayor?
Can you kind of wrap things up in
Yep,
the next
I'm
few minutes?
done. Well, you know what? Let me just say, these are word for word out of our letter with Beverly Heights. Construction activity, timeline of improvements, membership. We commit ourselves to all of these. This is literally a Word document from the Beverly Heights commitment letter. I'm going to submit it for the record to David to be included in the ordinance, and we will ensure we commit to every word in this, and I will work with the city attorney in between first and second reading on the first condition. This is the letter. It's part of the presentation, and I also brought a hard copy. And then I just wanted to share with you, we do have a lot of support, and just some significant ones: Restaurant People, Grand Forno, the Floridian, Lisa Duke. I'm not going to read everyone, but a lot of these, I didn't not include every letter of support, but there were a lot of them. And some of them are in the backup. Some of them were sent to you directly. but there are a good number of them. And last but not least, Mayor, there are a lot of people here in support of the Dykes family and of Weston Jewelers, and I'm just going to ask you, if you are here to support Weston Jewelers, I'm going to ask you to please stand up.
Okay, all right, that's fine. She didn't say clap, she said stand up. All right, so, what's that? Yeah. So,
Thank you.
Let me just say this.
Yes.
I've got about 4 hours of speakers here, and we're not going to hear 4 hours. Come on. So, let's first of all, have you concluded your remarks?
I'm done. Yes,
Okay,
thank you so
all right,
much.
all right. So, let's start going through this. I prefer to hear, I'd like to hear from everybody. Obviously, I'll give everyone 2 minutes. But if you've heard your point of view expressed and you don't think you need to stand up, you can pass on it. But we have a big agenda tonight on other items. By the way, who's here against it? You can stand up. Okay. Well, this is not how we make decisions, by the way, as to who comes and who doesn't come to a meeting. I mean, obviously, there are going to be people for and people against, and so we'll hear the points of view. But I will say this, that the emails that I've been getting and the comments that have been submitted to me, and I'm sure the rest of the commission, have focused a lot, in large part, about parking. And I believe that staff report showed that it was 0 parking and 100% reduction request, and now we know tonight that that is not the situation. That there are over 100 parking spaces that are going to be made available to the store. So if that's your consideration, if that's why you might be against it, just keep in mind that matter has now been resolved, and so that shouldn't be an issue in your minds. All right. So
Mayor, one
go
suggestion, if it's amenable, is possibly starting with the immediate surrounding neighbors.
Well, I've got Rick Katz,
so
who's the first person here. He's the
Right.
president, I believe, of Beverly Heights.
Well, Leslie is. Kristen is. So Kristen.
Oh, is Kristen also?
Kristen's here. She's
Where's
there.
Kristen?
Kristen, Rick, and Leslie are part
Kristen
of it.
tomorrow? Why don't you come on up?
LaFleur. She's LaFleur. Well, maybe.
I'm sorry?
Maybe that's her maiden name, tomorrow.
No, I have the wrong one.
Okay, no problem.
This one lives in Miami Road.
And then, okay, yeah.
So Kristen and Rick, why don't you come up here and why don't you give us...
Thanks, Mayor. And then Cooley Hammock maybe next, if you're willing. Thanks.
Oh, Leslie's here
yeah,
too?
Exactly,
Okay.
yeah. LaDonna and Anthony are with Cooley Hammock, and maybe others.
And can you express your remarks a cappella so we can... No.
No, singing is not my forte.
Okay.
Good evening. My name is Kristen LaFleur. I'm president of the Beverly Heights Association. Let me start with, I am not against development on Las Olas. A high-end jewelry store is a welcome addition to the current retail landscape. A lively and vibrant Las Olas benefits us all. However, it should not come at the expense of residential property owners. Beverly Heights is a small residential neighborhood, almost completely surrounded by commercial zones. And for many folks, Beverly Heights is their only and primary residence. We are constantly squeezed by non-residential development. We do, however, have a history of working with developers to mitigate negative impacts to our neighborhood. In fact, we are so committed that we have a growth management committee and task force in our neighborhood. So we really kind of walk the walk and talk the talk there. In fact, we met with a team from Weston Jewelers in November, where they shared that they had removed the proposed restaurants from the top floor of the building over neighborhood concerns about noise and parking. From the beginning, I have stated that my main concerns were the change in zoning from residential to commercial, the precedent this would set for other projects in and around our neighborhood, and the lack of parking, something I communicated to all of you. Very recently, my team and I spoke with the leadership of Weston Jewelers to identify steps to address the concerns regarding zoning changes, preservation of residential neighborhoods, and the parking, the various solutions that have been outlined here tonight. It is my hope that these steps will help mitigate many of the concerns of our neighbors and pave the way for a stronger Beverly Heights.
Okay, great. Thank you. You want to add to that, Leslie?
Huh?
You want to add to that?
I do want to add to it. I've been very involved as secretary of the Beverly Heights Association, and I'm also president of the Himmershey Hammock Homeowners Association. We have a lot of growth in Beverly Heights, even though we're a very small neighborhood right off of Las Olas. So it was very important for a couple of reasons. But I want to say, firstly, when I first heard about this project, who wouldn't want a store of this quality and this character going in our neighborhood? What's sitting on that property now is actually disgusting. It really needs to be redone. And I'm not saying you just have to accept the first thing coming in, but when there's improvement going on, and it's not only going to raise the vibe for Las Olas Boulevard, it's going to take our property values who are in that area a little bit higher too. But with the same thing, we did have some very serious concerns. And I see tonight, and I received the response letter from when we met with the Dykes family and their attorney. They pretty much answered everything. I haven't had a chance to really digest everything, but one of the most important things for Beverly Heights concerns a precedent when you have a zoning change. And all of you on the dais know I have talked ad nauseum for 2 years about zoning changes and the importance for our little neighborhood in the future. But I think, and they didn't really keep the slide up there too long, but we're going to hopefully meet with the city attorney for language that will keep RC15 designation covered for us when that happens in the future. So thank you for your consideration on this.
Great, thank you. Do you want to add to that? Oops.
I do. Mayor and Commissioners, thank you for the opportunity tonight. I'm Rick Katz, and I am a basic major projects developer. I do things infrastructure and capital improvements. I am supposedly retired. When I moved into the area, somehow it leaked out of what my past was, and when we realized that the neighborhood was beset with at least 5 major projects that were coming into being, 4 on the periphery and 1 that actually permeates into the area, the neighborhood asked me to form a growth management and sustainability committee and to look at everything very carefully. The way I approach these things is I treat a pro bono assignment just like I would treat whether you hired me or a business hired me or a neighborhood. I did an ascertainment, went around, walked the neighborhood top to bottom, and asked people questions and tried to find out what issues were most serious and concern to them about these projects, and then honing in very specifically on the Dykes project that we were talking about tonight. And it was interesting. We convened the meeting November 12th last year, and had already started to chat about what we were concerned about, such as the restaurants. We really didn't want those restaurants. We didn't want the back of house, the northern wall of the building, to look like a factory because it faces our residential neighborhood. We didn't want exhaust fans as appear elsewhere. We didn't want trash. And before the Dykes came to our meeting, they already went to work on those things. That was what surprised me. I'm not here as their spokesman. I'm not on their payroll. I just want to acknowledge that when we raise issues to people, they turn around and do something about it. We like that. That makes sense to us. And I'm here to report to you today that not only have they taken care of the issue of the restaurants and the back wall of the building and other things, but you'll see in your packet memorialized a list of things that they've committed to for us. And I believe that when they work this out with the city attorney, those things will be accomplished. The service dock, there won't be one per se. The arrival area won't be like a typical arrival area because they have so few people coming per day. I will probably never walk in the building except that they have offered to provide a meeting space for the homeowners associations on our once every other month.
Please conclude your remarks.
And so I want to report to you that the essence of what we've accomplished is stated in that letter that we received today at 4 o'clock. and we urge you to take that seriously into consideration when you evaluate whether this project should proceed or not.
So are you in favor of it, or?
I have to tell you, everything we've asked, they've said they're doing, and they've put it in writing. Our friends to the east of us may have a set of issues that have not yet been distilled in here, but I'm sure they'll do it.
Just for you, from your perspective, is
From our neighborhood, I think it's safe to say that we are supportive thus far.
okay.
Okay, I'm going to call names by threes so you can be prepared to step up when it's time for you to come.
Mayor, could the Cooley Hammock folks?
Yeah, who's here from Coley Hammock?
So yeah, raise your hand if you're from Cooley Hammock.
Great.
It's like
yeah.
LaDonna and.
Oh, okay.
Thanks, Mayor.
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor and council members, thank you for hearing our concerns and city staff. So I'm very happy that Beverly Heights has been working with everyone and has come to some resolutions that they feel are working. I have to say, though, Coley Hammock hasn't had that same opportunity. And I know everything's moving quickly, and I know they're going to come to us next, and we're going to go through many of the same issues. This building sits in Coley Hammock. It sits on the edge of Beverly Heights, but it sits in Coley Hammock. So our concerns really have to be addressed. And Ben, I'm going to correct you with one little thing. Our parking isn't working. It may work for parts of the neighborhood, but I'm on 13th Avenue and 2nd Street. And we have allowed, so people aren't parking illegally. They're allowed to park there 2 hours. Beverly Heights has restricted parking to only residents and invited guests. Coley Hammock allows visitor parking. So we have constant stream of visitors. People who could park in the lot a block away park on my street because it's free. They don't have to pay the parking fee. So yes, I think that could be an easy fix. We just need the same parking restrictions Beverly Heights has, where it's a resident pass and it's not allowing visitor parking, because that's the problem. I don't think it affects all of Coley Hammock. I think it affects only those streets that are just a block or two away from.
Yeah, well, thanks for bringing that,
Los Angeles.
LaDonna, and that's something absolutely we can explore. We've always allowed 2 hours, but that's by design from the Coley Hammock leadership that I work to.
Exactly.
develop.
That's what we've recently become aware of, that
Right.
we are the ones who are supposed to request what we want. So it's been, I think, a lack of communication. And so we're working now with our president of our homeowners association and we're canvassing the neighborhood. And I haven't met any person who says we want to continue to have guests,
The 2
visitor
hours.
parking.
You want to
Right.
eliminate the 2 hours.
Right. So
yeah, we can absolutely look at
that
that.
would really help
Yeah,
our
let's do it.
issue. That's the first thing.
Definitely. Thanks.
And you've heard all these things before, so I'm not going to go into all of them. Concerns, just like Beverly Heights, with construction, staging. You can see by the beautiful renderings, all of this wonderful development, it is in line with what's to the west of it. But if you looked at her rendering, everything beyond is a little one-story mom and pop shops, which we love. I love development. I'd love to have more restaurants and shops on Las Olas, but until we get parking, the east end of Las Olas can't develop. We've got those flat lots, but clearly it's not enough parking because they're parking in our neighborhood. If we had a parking garage there at the church property where people could really park there, it would pull that parking out of our neighborhood and into public parking. And then I say develop all these wonderful places. I think that building is beautiful. I'm not opposed to the building. I just want it done right. I'm very happy the city attorney is going to be looking at these clauses that are being developed, because my concern is they're not enforceable. How can you spot zone and say, okay, well, we're only going to do that here, and we're not going to set a precedent to do it everywhere else? That just doesn't make sense to me. How are you going to say, oh, we're only going to use this way now, but in the future, I just want to be sure those things are really have teeth and are really enforceable. So bottom line is, we're not against development. We're not against the watch store. We're not against the Dykes family. They're lovely people. The renderings are beautiful. But parking and zoning, those are the big issues. So if you can clear those barriers and give us some assurances and fix our parking issues, then my opposition would drop away. But those are issues for me
Thanks.
still.
Thanks, LaDonna.
Okay,
So
thank
then
you.
may I just ask a question? Because you brought up a point, and I'm just really curious. We saw a slide, and by the way, thank you for being here, and thank you for your input, and it's really important. We saw a slide that went through all of the different meetings that the development team had with you, your neighborhood, with Beverly
I found
Heights.
out about this project on about April 6th, for whatever reason. I didn't have any notice of it earlier than that. I think there might have been certain people in the,
After,
like a month ago,
well, right before planning and zoning, and not
after
Really?
planning and zoning. I
after
would say.
planning and zoning? Okay, that doesn't make any sense
Well,
to me, but
for whatever reason, I think there might have been certain representatives in Coley-Hammock who might have been meeting with people, but I think I can safely say it didn't include the broader community. And that's why you're seeing so many people turning out now, because
No,
they
I
just got
understand.
blindsided.
No, and
by
I
it.
understand. It's just hard for me to believe that you didn't know about this until after
Well,
the planning and zoning.
Maybe other people did. Maybe
Okay.
maybe I missed it somehow, but I missed
Okay,
it.
because isn't the president of your neighborhood association sitting on the planning and zoning board? Yes. Okay, so that's a mystery to me. It's a mystery. Besides that mystery, I also am very much wondering, I saw the slide, there were 2 nights in a row. First your neighborhood at a church, and then the next night with Beverly Heights. So what is the issue why Beverly Heights was able to use those meetings constructively and then come here tonight and say they've done everything we've asked, eliminate the restaurants, find the parking, do this and do that, and yet what's the difference between the 2 neighborhoods that they have been able to constructively meet, deal with all the issues, and sign off and say today, we support this, and yet your neighborhood seems like not there?
I can't
Why?
answer that, but I wouldn't put that all on our leadership. I think that it could be that happenstance, Beverly Heights was there, they pursued it more aggressively, or perhaps the attorneys reached out to Beverly Heights. Maybe they just were operating one at a time with us and just haven't gotten to us yet. I can't answer
Okay,
that.
it's just curious to me, that's all. I hope you understand why it seems curious. Thank you, though.
Thank you. Thank you. Hey, Tony.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Commissioners. I share your curiosity, Commissioner Glassman. But I'm here really to just make, I think, a point of clarification, if not for myself or others. We're not talking just merely about a development review. We're talking about a zoning change. And a zoning change runs with the land and not with the tenant and not even with the owner. It sets a precarious precedent, and it's only natural that the residents of our neighborhood feel threatened by it. The applicant purchased the land with full knowledge of the existing zoning and are asking to rezone a residential parcel to commercial use with additional exceptions to the requirements, such as parking and setback reductions to 0, to suit their development goals. Given that the original plat for Coley-Hammock dates back 110 years, there are many properties in our neighborhood with constraints, and they are bound by those constraints. Your Planning and Zoning Board failed in its duty, in my opinion. To grant a change in zoning or any exceptions, in this case, would open the floodgates wide to other property owners to litigate for similar concessions. You're asking our neighborhood to give up residential zoning in a time when housing has reached a crisis stage in our region, and Coley-Hammock enjoys a diversity of housing options based on its traditional zoning and residential mix. We have a well-documented shortage of parking in the area. The parking system that we have isn't working. I live on 2nd, and I've constant problems. I call the police, and the police look up the owner's name and call them and say, could you move your car? I mean, it's crazy. You're asking us to accept a reduction to 0 parking along with the promise of parking arrangements without producing evidence of non-cancelable, non-revocable agreements designed for 20 years or even 50 years. Even if such arrangements were made, is it practical to assume by any stretch of the imagination that our parking deficit would simply disappear? Or that customers are willing to walk between 7 and 10 minutes to and from their car using the designated crosswalks?
Please conclude your remarks.
Thank you. In summary, parking and 0 setback are not acceptable. The zoning change sets a precedent and weakens the legal authority of the city plan. And residents here who support what I'm saying, please stand. And I know that a lot of you are in the back room, but residents of Coley-Hammock, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much.
Sorry, just needed to correct a misstatement. I said that I didn't know about until after the Zoning and Planning Commission, but it was actually just right before the planning. I got a notice there was going to be a planning and zoning meeting, so it was just like a week before.
And Mayor, if I could just make a comment there. LaDonna, so I just checked with our parking guru, Milos, and so we can eliminate the 2-hour visitor, only resident. The suggestion I'd have is, I think Beverly Heights does this, is like if the resident has a visitor visiting them, right, you want the card or whatever. I think that's what you all do. I'm looking, Leslie, yes, Kristen, okay. So we can do that. You don't feel free to engage the rest of the neighborhood and canvas, but you don't need to unless you want to. So you can just have the HOA leadership.
Wait. You have to speak at the podium.
Thanks, Mayor.
I can guarantee there'll be no one that'll oppose that. And I would also say that we don't necessarily need the avenues changed, because a lot of people park there for businesses, and we're not opposed to that. It would just be the east-west streets that would really help us.
Okay, and I think, Milos, we can really get into the nuance of that and have streets, no visitor, and avenues of possibility. Is that, am I saying
Yes,
that right?
we'll work with the neighbors to make sure that we meet their needs as well. There's a process in an ordinance that delineates the process that we have to follow. We'll just work together and figure out what's feasible.
Okay, perfect. So, LaDonna, just feel free to the HOA, your leadership, let us know. We'll work on it. Yeah, absolutely. And we will enforce it 100%. Okay, thank you. Thanks, Mayor.
Turn that on. My name is Steve Noodleberg. I live on 2nd, so I live in Cooley Hammock. My wife's been there for 16 years. I've been a businessman in this town for 35 years, owned and sold a bunch of businesses. It's surprising to me that you have an entrepreneur that wants to come in and spend his own money to build this street, which the east side of the street is a dump. Somebody referred to it before. The quality of stores, the quality of people is very different than the west side. So you go across from Cheesecake Factory, and there's a building that was approved that seems to be 40 stories high, squeezed in on a corner that you can't barely drive through. So I'm all about change. I'm fortunate in one of my careers I got to work with Pat Riley. Pat Riley taught me one thing, and he says it in his book. You cannot, change is inevitable, so you have to learn to embrace it. So I understand there's going to be opposition, but you got a family of people who are willing to spend their own money, their own time, to listen and do anything anybody wants to make it right. Yet there's still opposition. You said you want people to come up and give an opposition, but not about parking. Stephanie did an amazing job of saying it's resolved. It's resolved. Right? I can tell you from living there, there's a bigger problem with people getting flat tires because of the curb on 15th and 2nd. Literally, it's unbelievable. It is unbelievable how many people get stuck in front of my driveway. So when the other commissioner said people park in front of a driveway, I've never seen that happen, ever. I see it for flat tires all the time, yet the city hasn't changed that
It
curb.
sounds like a business opportunity out there.
Seems like somebody should go in with the $160 million that you guys are talking about. So these are great people. I've been supporting them for years. All of the people that want to invest, all these restaurants that got approved, need people who want to come to shop. So I hope you consider all of these people that know and love these people, because they are fantastic and will make an amazing impact in this community.
Okay. So that's a yes. That's a yes. Okay.
That's a yes. And,
That's a
and
yes.
you work with our city auditor, Pat Riley? That's amazing. Yeah, that's amazing. Congratulations. That's excellent. I like it. You're welcome.
Christine tomorrow. Christine, are you here? Is Christine? Come on up. Andrea, who lives in Davie. You work for Western Jewelers? Oh, okay. What's your last name? Ciara. Okay. You'll follow her. And then J.K. McCrae. Good evening.
Good evening. I oppose the project as it is right now. I keep a business on Las Olas at 1314, and I can never find parking. I know the parking's been talked
Well, you
about.
have a business on Las Olas?
I have a business on Las Olas.
Okay. Because you live in Miami Road, right?
Yes, that is
Okay.
correct.
Okay.
I just have one question, actually. What is the percentage of buildings that are over 35 feet on Las Olas that are commercial? And then what is the percentage under 35 feet and are residential?
We don't know the answer to that. We don't have those
I
statistics.
think we should.
Well, it's a statistic that we can probably find out for you, but we don't know right at this moment.
Well, it's just that Stephanie was bringing up the fact that there's all these buildings that are 82 feet and 79 feet and over 35 feet. But when I looked at it, I only saw 5 buildings.
Well, we're glad. We would be happy if there were a lower percentage because we don't want them all to be tall. So the fact
That's
that there
my
is
point.
No, but the point is having mixed commercial development is the optimum feature that we would like to see on Las Olas, and not all the same. That's what I think we're trying to get at here tonight.
Understood. Although this is a little bit, I would say, east of where all the restaurants are. And I know reduced parking there. There's parking garage. In this area, there are no parking garages, and I struggle to even pick up my mail at the address because there is no parking. And as far as contracts go in towing, I can tell you this because I had to sign a contract in order to have cars removed with a towing company. If you do not sign a contract with a towing company, they will not come and tow a car.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Andrea, followed by J.K. McCrae.
Good evening,
Good
Mayor. Good evening, Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Andrea Ciora. I am a CPA. I am a principal with Baker Tilly, formerly Berkowitz Pollack Brandt. I used to live in Weston, and I met the Dykes family by shopping, just what he's proposing here, walking the Western Town Center and walking in the store, meeting the Dykes family. We eventually became, he's really amazing. His family is great, and he eventually became a client of the firm. He has been an amazing client for many years, and as you know, in tax and accounting, we meet all kinds of people. And I can tell you that the Dykes family is one of the most honorable clients that we have. It is really a pleasure to represent them. I've also worked on Las Olas Boulevard for 20 years, practicing in this area, and it would be great to have this location close to work for all of us that work in downtown Fort Lauderdale to be able to go and shop there and stay at the restaurant, stay after work, and make it a destination. So for multiple facets, I really endorse the project for Las Olas.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
J.K. McCrae, followed by Allison Myers, followed by Doug Cohen.
Okay. Hi, I'm J.K. McCrae. I was marketing manager of Tri-Rail and the director of marketing for cultural affairs. I've lived in the east of Las Olas for over 45 years. None of us ever Ubered to Las Olas. Even the residents don't Uber to Las Olas. Part of Las Olas is we like to walk it. So, you know, that might be an odd problem. But to be a little off on the other side, my building received a community award, and the plaque is on the building, all right, for appearance and recognition of outstanding achievement for urban environmental design. So did the row of townhouses across from our street. Doesn't that mean enhancing the community? We've talked about the businesses on Las Olas, but just at the north end of this building, there's a whole community of people. And we're a historical community. People love to drive around and look at the buildings in that area. We have trees, we have nice houses, we have something a little different. I'm not against the business. I think it's a great idea. But the fact that it's so big and also goes over into our residential community changes the feeling of the community. Don't we want to promote people to live here and work here and love to be where they live? I love these buildings, but I think this is going a little bit too far. What does the in recognition of outstanding achievement for urban environmental design mean? I mean, it's a nice building, but does it fit in with the community? Maybe the north end of it, but please Don't expand it and change the feel of our whole little neighborhood. People like the little houses.
Okay, thank you so much, ma'am. Allison Myers. Is Allison here? She's not here. Doug Cohen. Doug, you still here? Doug. Followed by Jeff Ostrom. Mr. Cohen.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Commission, and City Manager. My name is Doug Cohen. I'm a resident of Victoria Park. My wife and I live nearby, and we regularly walk to Las Olas as part of our daily life. We choose to live in this neighborhood because we value Fort Lauderdale's vibrancy, its walkability, and its continued evolution into a world-class destination. I'm here tonight in strong support of this project. As both a nearby resident and someone deeply involved in the South Florida business community, I believe thoughtful, responsible development is essential to Fort Lauderdale's sustainable growth. This Las Olas assembled site project delivers exactly that. The project represents a significant business opportunity that will strengthen the city's fiscal health for decades to come. Las Olas Boulevard is one of Fort Lauderdale's signature corridors. A project of this caliber will attract high-end retail, luxury shoppers, and the growing yachting and tourism clientele who view Fort Lauderdale as a premier destination. These activities directly bolster the city's tax base, support surrounding businesses, and elevate our city's reputation as an economic powerhouse. It's going to satisfy every individual completely. But progress requires balance. As residents, we should protect our neighborhoods, and we also must physical presents that balance. Tax revenue and economic activity while reinforcing the corridor's vitality. I respectfully urge you to support it. Thanks for your time.
One of these for 20 or Las Olas. Zero parking requirement. Never been a problem. I also live on Las Olas. Building, we had opposition. To be the architects of Fort Lauderdale. It is a five buildings that are to anchor buildings on both sides. There is not a bigger than this. It's the most important project for that side. 1 block away. You live it's about commercial, all right? This project, this family has, for what I've seen, I did see this project happen. And to hear, no disrespect, Commissioner, on the end, I don't know material here. It says Lauderdale.gov that it's gained in fashion, fine dining. For God's sake, no, it hasn't. Mark Falsetto, who is investing millions of dollars into the Caviar Club don't tell me that we are a world-class international business center. We're new and we're relocating businesses. If you're not going to let this gentleman and his family, who more money than anybody locally that lives here, maybe the Moss family, we're changing this. We're never opportunity. You've got to approve this. If you don't, there's self-interest going on here, and I'm telling you, for someone that actually approves this, you need to do tonight.
Thank you. Chairman here. Oppenheim. Sam. You're not. Okay. Followed by Dr. Gerald Glass, Heath Escalio.
Everyone, good evening, Commissioner Kell. I'm 24 years old, to plant my roots. Speaking from enthusiasm. Where the city sits, to our north Boca and West Palm, and right here in the middle, Port on the plain downtown. We have infrastructure to prove it. I every single day. Residences rising. Coming. The professionals, the high net worth West Palm Beach, tax revenue covers hotel spending, leaving Broward County on a weekly basis because we have not yet given that for the next generation over bigger cities because they believe in where this is going. And they bring others, and that is how it's a signal that this building out. Fort Lauderdale generated over 100 million. A dollar that could have stayed in Broward County. This building starts bringing it home. For Lauderdale, this is how.
Dr. Glass, followed by Heath Escalio. Are you Dr.?
Here on behalf of Ed Dyke and his family. I've had for 25 years. I live in Weston. The unique thing is I love going to Las Olas, and I take an Uber. Okay, I take my family. We Uber because we like to walk there. 15 years ago, my son goes, "Dad, he's years old now." I'm sitting here going, "That's the greatest thing ever happened." I Uber. Okay? Problem. There isn't. The East take an Uber there. You get a chance to walk, enjoy. You don't have to run to some pay thing. But more importantly, I've watched one thing about the Dyke family. When I walk into their store, I see That says a lot about a family. That says a lot about unity, neighborhood, who they are. You know, for me, it was a pleasure to come on in 1 minute. A neighborhood is what they are. And putting an anchor store like that, you want a flagship tenant? That's a flagship tenant. That tells the rest of the people to come to a community. Not only are we serious, this family is spending their own money. They're creating more than jobs. They're creating opportunity for people to stay in Los Angeles on a daily basis. I think we should be rewarding the Dykes family. People like this.
Followed by Jim Brady.
Very good. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Commissioners. My name is Heath Escalio. My family and I have been residents of Weston, Florida for over 30 years. For the past 25 years, I know and we've supported Weston Jewelers as one of their loyal clients. That loyalty was earned by their incredible business ethic and their consistent commitment to our community through charitable and philanthropic contributions. Weston Jewelers is one of those rare places whereby I always walk out with a smile, as my purchases have been for happy occasions such as anniversaries, birthdays, graduations, or gifts for friends and colleagues. Professionally, I'm an attorney and owner of Kelly Cronenberg, a national business law firm. I serve as the principal partner, the chief performance officer, and head of business development. I have no financial interest in this project, nor do I represent any of the parties involved. But many years ago, Ed Dykes and his family shared with me their dream of building a flagship home for Weston Jewelers. With complete confidence, I introduced Michael Harrison with Equistone Development, as Equistone has successfully completed multi-million-dollar commercial projects for me, including both of my firm headquarters in Broward Construction, a highly respected company known for delivering high-end projects on time. As head of business development and acquisitions for my firm, I regularly bring clients and prospective talent to the Los Angeles area. We frequent Yolo and El Camino for lunch, and we enjoy dinners at Lobster Bar and Fleming's, and we host our out-of-town guests at the Riverside Hotel. Fort Lauderdale and Los Angeles must continue to change and mature. Our business community needs a sophisticated, fully upgraded destination that continues to attract high net worth individuals and businesses. That's exactly what this project delivers. I look forward to continuing my longtime support for Weston Jewelers in their beautiful new home, and I respectfully encourage your support for this development. Thank you.
Thank you. Mark Falsetto, followed by Jim Brady, followed by Gary Wasserman.
All right, Mark Falsetto. I'm the founder and CEO of Falsetto.
Did you bring caviar with you?
I brought everything with me tonight. I got champagne tonight. I think it's going to happen. My name is Mark Falsetto. I'm opening. We own and operate 8 different restaurants here in Fort Lauderdale. I've had the opportunity to serve most of you guys here in the room. I wear 2 hats. I not only live on Las Olas, and I think the project's amazing, but I'm also opening 2 new restaurants on Las Olas. One in October called the Caviar Club, which is an upscale luxury steakhouse. And we have a casual restaurant opening in December called Pizza Queen. But in my business, we have a joke. The joke is the bridge on 95. Our customers come from Miami and they drive over Fort Lauderdale because the dining destinations were not elevated enough. So we made a pact about 5 years ago to cater to the ever-evolving community and try to keep Fort Lauderdale up to the other cities. The commission here has done an amazing job with the PPP deals they're doing, and the convention center, the Huizinga Park, all these exciting things. And the food scene is catching up, but there's one missing piece. It's the retail component. I don't have any skin in this game. I just met Ed and his family last week. I love the project. I think it's the missing piece, the missing component that Fort Lauderdale needs. And this is what's going to put us on the map. This is the component that people see, other retailers are going to follow. It takes entrepreneurs like Ed, myself, and other individuals to keep pushing the limits on the private space. So full support from us, and we're super happy to be neighbors on both sides. And I also have 0 parking reductions on both my restaurants on Los Angeles. So just,
Mr. Brady, followed by Mr. Wasserman, followed by Glenn Parker.
Thank you, Mayor. My name is Jim Brady, and I've been a resident here for 70-some years. It's a pleasure to hear some of your comments tonight, and thank you very much. None of my comments are meant to be pejorative. They go to enforceability. Have the city attorney and the city manager list the representations that have been made to you tonight and other times, and then have them describe for you what you need to have to enforce those representations. How are you going to control 37 employees? Why not 50? What if things change? And I hope they don't, by the way. What if things change and Rolex decides, we don't need to be here or can't be here? Then what happens to that which is already built? It's a question of enforceability of what I called when I wrote you on May 1 and 2, the glitz factors. If a promise is made, there needs to be some mechanism to assure that that promise is kept. And in this case, I've heard several promises which without a deed restriction can't be enforced by the city, in my opinion. I think I was 43 years, 9 months as city attorney for one city. So go to enforceability, rely on your city attorney to help you in that regard, and then perhaps everyone will come to a level of happiness in this situation. Thank you, Mayor.
You're welcome. Are you Gary? No, you just turned it off.
Turn it back on now. Okay, I'm Gary Wasserman. I'm here to advocate for the Dykes family. I've known them for more than 35 years. I'm also a resident of Fort Lauderdale. I live in Los Olas Beach Club. As a resident here that walks by the eastern side of Los Olas all the time, it's frustrating to see some of these, let's call them dilapidated structures that need to be significantly updated. A project of this magnitude brings much needed development to the eastern side of Los Olas, which for me is not really the eastern side, it's really the middle side of Los Olas, since I live on the beach. But it brings jobs, it brings money, it brings added values to our homes. We need continued growth in this community and thoughtful growth. One other thing I'd like to say about the Dykes family, I've known them for a long time. Like I said, they're very, very philanthropic people. They've done a lot in the community in Weston, and I'm certain they're going to do the same thing within this community as well. So I'm fully supportive of this project and their views of what they're doing with this building is fantastic, and it's going to be a big asset to the community.
All right, well, thank you so much. Is Glenn Parker here? He is not. Daniel McDermott, followed by Alan Geffen, followed by Pamela Greaves. Mr. McDermott?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. I have a unique perspective. I actually live on 12th Avenue. I live 300 feet from this proposed project that's going in, and I couldn't be more enthusiastic about the possibility of this coming to our neighborhood. As you've heard from so many people, the east end of Los Olas needs a dramatic improvement. We have somebody that's willing to pour capital in, that's willing to improve the east end of Los Olas and be a good neighbor. We want good neighbors. We are confident that the Dykes family are going to be good neighbors, and I believe that this is a stepping stone to the evolution of what we're going to see on the east end of Los Olas. So I strongly, strongly urge the commission.
Okay, great, thank you. Mr. Geffen, followed by Pam Greaves, followed by Ryan Morris.
Commissioners, Mayor Trentellis, let me not repeat what you've already heard, although I do want to repeat something that you said. You asked one of the speakers, are you with the jewelry store? I'm with the city of Fort Lauderdale. I'm a Weston resident. I've been working in the city of Fort Lauderdale since 2012. I purchased an office building in 2016. I want the city of Fort Lauderdale to be my home. The city must approve this project. Frankly, it would be respectfully foolish not to approve this project. The Dykes family are pioneers for doing what they are proposing to do. This commission can be pioneers by watching the development continue to grow and look back and say, we started that. You all have the power to start that tonight, and I respectfully urge you to do so. I strongly support this project. The city should support this project. It will be wonderful for the city and for folks like me who work and play here.
Great. Thank you so much. Is Pamela Greaves here? No. Ryan Morris? Ryan? Followed by Christine Axel.
Good evening, everyone. My name's Ryan Morris. I own a small CPA firm. I work on Los Olas in the 1700 East Los Olas building, which is right here. My parents also live in Colehammock, and I spent a lot of time there. I just want to say that I work with small businesses, and most of my clients are the ones that provide jobs. They pay people's wages, and having this enhancement in Fort Lauderdale, it makes so much sense. They pay taxes, they support local charities, the Dykes. They create opportunity. They're the reason that the neighborhoods thrive and why communities like ours will continue to grow and evolve. Let me be clear, no one's asking for more congestion or unnecessary overdevelopment. We all everyone in that area cares deeply about the character and the livability of Fort Lauderdale. But what we do want is thoughtful, high-quality development. We want clean, experiential shopping, not just shopping where you go and you buy something. Experiential dining and living is what my generation wants. And if we fall behind to Miami and Palm Beach, we're not going to have that here. So what we want is businesses that create the energy, the walkability, and a sense of place that are the kinds of destinations that enhance the neighborhood instead of detracting from it. It's important to remember where we came from. At one point, Los Olas was just a dirt road. No vibrant beachfront, no world-class restaurants. Well, as you can see, they're coming. People invested in a vision for the city, and because of that vision, look how far Fort Lauderdale has come. And now we're at another important moment. If we continue to reject every new idea, every modern concept, every next generation of experiential retail and dining, we risk falling behind. South Florida is growing rapidly. There are strong tailwinds behind that growth, economically, culturally, and globally. And if we don't lean into developments like the Dykes are proposing, which is smart, forward-thinking projects, Fort Lauderdale risks losing the position as a premier destination in South Florida. People today are looking for experiences, like I was saying. A well-designed jewelry store isn't just retail. Growth is going to happen. The question is whether we want to lean into it or we want to reject it. And let me just say this. With the self-driving cars and stuff like that, the Waymos that are here, no one's going to be parking their car anymore. You're going to get dropped off by your self-driving car. It's going to go park a mile away, and then you're going to come right there. So this parking thing, it's a near-term problem, but long-term, Waymo, car insurance companies, they're going to get crushed. All these companies, all these concepts of parking are so behind. You guys got to think forward. If Elon Musk was here, he'd be laughing at this. Parking is the last thing we should be thinking about.
All right. Thank you so much. Is Christine here? No. Kenny Herskowitz, followed by Jeff Olafson, followed by Sandra Grimm.
Am I on? Yes. Good evening, Commissioners. My name's Kenny Herskowitz. I'm here in strong support for Eddie and Tracy Dykes. I've known them for over 35 years, and I don't think you'll find a more generous over family here. And ditto pretty much for everything that everybody else has said tonight. I only have one comment. Over 20 years ago, I actually had the privilege to sit on the city's Economic Development Advisory Board. And as you know, that board focuses on industries that align with strategic goals of both the city and the broader region. And besides the industries that we looked at in marine, aviation, and financial services, we also looked at small and local businesses, whether it was retail, dining or cultural businesses that allowed fostering of vibrant neighborhoods and supported the local workforce. This is exactly the type of business that I believe should be supported and encouraged, a family-owned local operation with strong long-term ties to our community. This is the kind of business that we should be rolling out the red carpet for, one that will create quality jobs, generate economic activity, attract visitors, and strengthen the fabric of our neighborhoods. I urge you to support this application tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Are you Mr. Olafson?
Yeah, I'm Jeff Olafson. Nice to meet you. Good evening, everybody. First of all, I've known Ed Dykes for over 30 years. I've been to Israel with him twice. I know his family really well, and they are some of my best friends. This showroom, as designed, is a home run for our entire community. It would be a shame not to move forward. We have a great opportunity to host a unique family business with experience, stability, and upscale clientele that Las Olas is striving to have. The architecture is world-class, and it will add purpose to a location that has basically been invisible for decades. So I fully support this project.
Thank you. Is Sandra here? Sandra? Ahmed, don't ask me to pronounce your last name. Sharijian? Okay, your handwriting wasn't easy to read. Followed by Allison Wong.
So it was the handwriting and not the pronunciation that got
It was the handwriting.
Just want to make sure I understand.
Okay.
I'm a retired physician, so...
How did you pronounce it?
Shareba. And the only excuse I'll give for my handwriting is I'm a retired physician, so
Okay.
that tends to have some excuse for it. But as I said, my name is Ahmed Shareba. I'm a retired physician. I live in Beverly Heights, about a 5-minute walk from the site. I walk by there. My wife and I walk Las Olas almost every day. And, you know, I don't know the Dykes family. I think I met Ed Dykes, or saw him for the first time a week ago at the meeting that they had in the church nearby, because I was interested in the project. I had read about it in the newspaper, but I wanted to find out more about the project. And I enthusiastically support the project. This is, you know, a local family company that's been in business for 25 years. Sounds, you know, the family's obviously very upstanding people. They're not fly-by-night. They seem to be concerned about the community for the long term. They've bent over backwards in terms of parking, scaling back the restaurants, a lot of the accommodations that they've made. You know, Las Olas is evolving. We have competition not simply from Miami and Palm Beach. We have Fat Village, Dania Point. There are a lot of other areas. I walk by Las Olas, and every time I see a storefront that's empty, sometimes it's an evolving thing and another one coming in, but sometimes those storefronts sit empty for a while. I think we should be encouraging new businesses, new investment, more opportunity, particularly on the east part of Las Olas. They're going to upgrade the site with sidewalks, the living seawall. They're clearly providing a lot of thought and care into this project because it means a lot to them, not simply from a financial standpoint, but I think they feel like their reputation's on the line, and this is something that they're doing for themselves as well as the community. They hired one of the best architecture firms in the company, even someone who's a non-architect, knows nothing about architecture. I've heard of the firm. I mean, you can't read a newspaper without hearing about them with a lot of their projects, you know, locally and all over the world. I understand the traffic congestion, you know, but I agree with the whole thing with Waymo. I'm out of time, but I do think those concerns were addressed. And the other thing is their business hours are not generally going to be when it's peak time in Las Olas, which is usually like nighttime, you know, and some weekends, of course, but their office hours are more generally during daytime hours. So
all right, thank you
for
so
your time.
much.
Thank you for your consideration.
Is Allison here? Billy Runcie? Larry Moskowitz? Allison's not here? Okay. Are you Billy? Yes. Okay. And Larry Moskowitz, followed by Jack. I'm not. You're good? Okay. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody, and thank you, Commissioner, for giving me an opportunity to speak. I live on 10th Terrace
So we're not opposed. We want to first say thank you to Stephanie and the Dykes family for the collaboration with the local community with some of the concerns that are there. My concern is really going to be asking to the commission and less to them about construction projects. I've had the pleasure of meeting you, Mayor, previously to talk about the Whitfield. It's a perfect example of a project that started 4 years ago, and a city street's been closed for 4 years with no action, no communication, no update. So my biggest concern is when we see construction projects, we hear during the meetings that we met with the Dykes and Stephanie, we hear no street closures. That's impossible. There's no way to do a construction project with no street closures, but the oversight is the concern that we have with the city council of managing the project. For the canal, they said to build a new seawall, that they would not interfere with the canal. We pass the canal every day. I can't imagine building a seawall with any type of equipment and not shutting down the Himmershey Canal. So those are the concerns that we would share today, that we would ask the council to consider. What is the council going to do to make sure that the timelines are met, and if not, take action so it does not affect the community people?
Okay. Stephanie, what's the timeline that's expected for construction here?
And Mayor, while she's coming up, sorry, what was his name? Jeff? Was it Jeff? Was
the gentleman that just spoke?
Yeah.
His name was
Billy.
Billy Rose.
Billy. So great points. So the alleyway next to the Whitfield that's been closed, we're opening it up. It's going to be opened up in a matter of weeks. So that's getting going. Yep. So yeah, absolutely. We're just working on the kind of traffic flow and design, but that's going to be going very quickly. So I apologize for that closure for how long it's been. So we're going. Yeah, you're welcome. No, thank you.
Ms. Toothaker, what's the timeline for the construction?
Mayor, both Jay Weaver with Moss and Tyler Chappelle with Chappelle are both here, so I'm going to let the experts speak.
All right. Just give us a quick answer if you could.
Sorry. I'm on to speak tonight, so I'll just talk quickly as Moss. The timeline is the goal is to be done by December 2027.
December 2027?
Right.
Okay.
Yep.
What's your last name?
Weaver. Jay
Okay.
Weaver. Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Quick?
Well, as soon as hopefully this is approved, and then we would start as soon as possible with, going through the city process with permits. And as to answer...
Oh, shame us while you're at it.
Yeah. So if I can just speak now, a couple things. And again, my name is Jay Weaver. I represent Moss Construction. I'm a director of Moss Construction. We will be totally transparent with the residents. We'll hold weekly meetings if we need to with the HOAs so that they understand schedule, they understand road shutdowns. We will not. It is impossible to build the seawall from the water. The seawall will be built from the shore, so there'll be no disruption there. Of course, at times there will probably be street road closures, but it will be single road closures with flagmen, and we'll handle that to the best of our ability.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Moskowitz?
Thank you, Mayor, Commissioners. I am a resident of Fiesta Way, a stone throw from the east side of Las Olas. I've also been a professional here for 36 years. I know Ed and Tracy for over 25 years. I met them back in 2001 when Ed and I took a risk on the town center in Weston when there was a pile of dirt, and Arvida came to us and said, as entrepreneurs, would you do us a favor and vitalize our town center? And as entrepreneurs, we did so. And we took a risk then, and Ed and I vitalized that community. I still get texts 15 years later asking me to come back and rejuvenate my nightclub. And I learned from that day on what type of character and what type of people ethics the two of them have. And as a resident of Las Olas, I can tell you that the east side of Las Olas needs to be rejuvenated. It is a no-brainer that entrepreneurs would come in here with millions of dollars, their own personal money, and take a risk on Las Olas. The community is desperate to bring that to life, and I commend the commission
and the commissioners for understanding what's going on in Fort Lauderdale and understanding the competition that's happening in Miami and in Palm Beach. And this fits right into the vision of what's happened already with the changes that have gone on in Las Olas and the pushback that you've already gotten. And this needs to happen. And I strongly support this project. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Jack, how do you pronounce your last name?
Jack Antelli. Good evening, guys. I'm a car dealer in Fort Lauderdale, or actually in Coral Springs, but I live in Beverly Heights. Leslie's my neighbor, and one is I park on the street, so parking is always a concern to me. I can't think probably of a more low impact on parking than a jewelry store. I'm sure a vape shop has more customers through there than the jewelry store. So I'm high support of this project. I've known Ed and done business with Ed for probably about 20 plus years. I think the other piece of this that needs to be emphasized is we've been in Coral Springs for 40 years as a private company, and we have probably the most dynamic relationship with the city. And the city wants, and Fort Lauderdale needs to have more family-owned businesses here, because getting things done with a phone call, like, can we do this? Can you help us with this? Can get done quickly. With some of these private equity and so on, these other companies, it's very difficult, the challenges and get things done. So some of the things that they're talking about tonight is they progress. They're a phone call away. And I think that's why our relationship, even in Coral Springs, is we have 600 employees there. You know, we're a phone call away for anything that needs to happen. And lastly, this guy's taking a shot. I mean, a serious shot here. There's nothing that supports this type of retail that he's going to be successful there, other than his spirit and the entrepreneur side of it. You know, this is going to be the pathway for all the other retail you guys are going to be soliciting. Because this project will be talked about, whether it's between someone else that's going to develop, but this project will be the anchor to everything that grows east from here, is a Rolex high-end jewelry retail that's successful, and they will be successful, will elevate the growth for every other retail piece. And this will be a conversation going forward for everyone else that's considering going. He's taking a shot and being the first big retailer on Las Olas. And I commend them for that. That's a risk they're willing to take.
Thank you.
Guys.
Dan Daly. Dan's still here. Scott Lieberman. Scott here? No. Michelle Cintron. I'm sorry? I can't hear you. I haven't gotten there yet. Steve Nuremberg? Oh, that's you. Okay, right. Elena Herskowitz. Elena, followed by Dan McNulty, followed by Patty Bloom. Good evening.
Hi. I just want to say really quickly that when you talk about a flagship store bringing traffic, not traffic, but foot traffic and tourists and people who want to come here, you think about the beauty of a project like an Apple store or like an Hermes store. People want to go there because it's so beautiful. And Arquitectonica is going to design this project, and we haven't really talked about that. And I mean, I've been waiting for Arquitectonica to come to Broward for a long, long time. So that's really awesome.
Wait, are we getting an Hermes store now?
I know, but we might.
Tell us.
Might.
What do you know?
The second thing is it's a jewelry store, which the happiest people in the world are going to be in jewelry stores. Only happy people go to jewelry stores. Basically, no sad people are going to be in that building. And the third thing, and I've been living in Fort Lauderdale for close to 30 years. And what I love about Fort Lauderdale is that it's a city, but it actually feels like a small town. Pretty much, we know all the people in the shops. And Eddie and Tracy and Danny and Jesse are just the best family. They're all about family values. Every customer that they have, as you could tell, feels like they're part of the family. So I also think that you all should approve the project.
Okay, thank you so much. Dan McNulty, followed by Patty Bloom, followed by Amy Clough. Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
Every McNulty I ever met was a pastor.
That's not me.
That's not you.
No.
Okay.
Sorry. I live in the Bellagio, right across the river.
canal?
And the canal, as we call it, canal down here. I'm only been here a couple of years, so I don't know all the terminology. So I'm going to, look at this thing every single day. So, I would appreciate something a lot nicer than what is there today. Like I said before at the Planning Commission meeting, I think that's what you guys call it. It's a beautiful building. It's a lot better than what is there today. Would I wish it'd be a little bit smaller? Sure. I don't think that that's in the cards. But I'm happy to see that there's been movement made, that the parking has been taken care of. I haven't been here 25, 30 years, so it's tough for me to understand, that soul that some people have in the city that protect my neighborhood, protect my interests, and don't be encroaching into my neighborhood. I come from I only winter down here, but I'm going back this Thursday to leave this mess. I'm going back to Wisconsin. But the city that I live in Wisconsin also went through something like this. I just sit here tonight and kind of, it just is like deja vu. We had a much bigger investor come in, Diane Hendricks, 22 billion, I think is her latest number behind her name. Richest woman in Wisconsin, one of the richest women in the United States. And she picked cities to go in and revitalize. So she didn't just put up one building, she put up a whole city. She bought neighborhoods, she knocked them over. What I've learned from that, and I think it'll be a challenge.
Do you have her phone number? No.
Yeah. She has a yacht parked right out here.
That's okay.
Yes. But to me, it's a message to the commission that it just seems like a lot of the frustration tonight is because there's been a lack of, say, planning by the city to get ahead of some of this development that should be coming. You got to change some of the ordinances. You got to fix some of the parking regulations. You've got to, you seem surprised tonight when people are like, wow, we really did that much on parking, regulations. And, it's just like the communication has to be, open. And I just put the challenge to you guys more than I think to Weston tonight that, if you allow these cracks to happen, to me, that's where the devil is going to step in. And that's where this chaos has taken place. He loves anger. He loves frustration. He loves to pit people against each other. And that's really kind of what's happening here tonight.
All right, we'll try to do better.
Well, I just, it's just constructive. I've lived through it. And but the city I came from, and I know I'm over the due, but it's a beautiful city today. But a lot of the people left. And so I think that's something that the residents here have to kind of understand what your direction is going to be.
Okay.
And
we'll
I
see
think
tonight.
that will help.
We'll see tonight. Thank you so much. Are you Patty?
Hello, yes, hi, I'm Patty. I feel a little bit like David and Goliath here tonight. I'm a neighbor of Dan's in Bellagio, and I think one of my concerns is the actual height of the building, because I have a nice 12 by 16 foot enclosed patio, very nicely furnished, morning coffee, evening glass of wine, sit with friends. It's going to be overshadowed by an 81-foot high building. And so my life will be changed. But that is a small thing compared to just the fact of the rezoning, because I do feel that the Coley Hammock neighborhood is going to be adversely affected. I think those nice, quiet streets are going to change, and that is a problem. Also, all of our birds, our egrets, our manatees, etc. Has there been any thought of an environmental impact study? Maybe not. Sorry, I went over.
All right, thank you. You know, it's interesting, Patty, it's interesting that when your building was being proposed, there was so much opposition because they thought it was going to be an intrusion in the neighborhood. And people objected. They came to a meeting like this. They spoke and they said, no, never. It's going to impact the single-family home neighborhoods. And what has happened to your building? It's beautiful. It's blended into the environment. People love it. And it's just all part of Fort Lauderdale now. And if it's designed well, and if it works with the neighborhood, then it was properly designed and thought out. And that's what we're here for. We're trying to figure out the best way to allow nice things to come to Fort Lauderdale. I'm sorry. Is Amy here? How about Michelle Spence Young? There you are. Spencer Young, I'm sorry. And Viorica Negu.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, City Manager. My name is Michelle Spencer Young, and I'm here tonight to speak in support of the proposed project involving Weston Jewelers. I am someone who's lived in Weston for 30 plus years, and I'm now living the Las Olas lifestyle, so to speak. So I have experience in both cities, and I can tell you that Weston lifestyles will bring nothing but good things to Fort Lauderdale, the same as they did in Weston 30 years ago. They are more than a retail establishment. They form communities. They are generous in terms of, I just saw my sort of thought, in terms of charities, and they're people, they're a great family, but businesses like Weston Jewelers contribute to the character and the vibrancy of the city. I know Weston Jewelers would be a perfect addition to the evolving vision and reimagined image of Las Olas Boulevard. As many have stated here tonight, their presence would enhance the street's luxury appeal while bringing a refined, established brand that understands how to create an exceptional customer experience. So I'm here this evening to say Weston Jewelers is more than just another jewelry store. It's a respected South Florida institution with a proven history of elevating communities. It becomes part of their presence on Las Olas would enhance the Boulevard's image. Based on my first-hand experience as both a former Weston resident and a current resident of Fort Lauderdale, I respectfully encourage the Commission to approve the project. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is it Viorica? Followed by Nizar Laji, followed by Walt McCrory. Good evening.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Viorica Neagu. I live at the Villaggio di Las Olas for more than 20 years. First of all, I would like to thank all of you for your service, as well as those that want to beautify our city, and also including the participants, not only at those meetings, but also in person, but also via internet. Initially, we were very excited to have a prestigious Weston jewelers as a neighbor, but when we found out about the unrealistic proposal of this project, the community started to panic and objecting it. Despite of our numerous efforts to negotiate, leaving work early, reschedule clients, fight traffic in order to attend those meetings, the owner's representatives came up with the same inaccurate answers, researches, plans that didn't make any common sense. In fact, we were threatened. If we not accept the rezoning, they will build higher buildings. and that was at the last meeting we had. And most of the people that have a respectful age couldn't handle the tension of the magnitude, the tension they got to. I mean, it was escalating to the point that they left the room. And this is one of the reasons we are just a few here, because they are fragile people. They are people that work hard all their lives to pay for those apartments that they live in, and they will be affected by this major construction. So this is why we are just a few here, and I apologize for getting too much into it, and I'm passionate about it. I don't want to get too emotional and get to the facts, but this is part of the answer that you were expecting earlier.
Okay.
So thank you for your patience.
Thank you.
Yeah, so the height, but this is not over yet. So the height is already a big concern, and we don't want to accept a construction higher than 30 feet due to many dangerous structural foundation. As everyone mentioned before, there are many issues resolving so this is not an option.
Can you please conclude your remarks?
Yes. We want the unique, historical, charming look and the safetiness of the structure of existing buildings as well as the new ones. Not to mention that is a great attraction point for the international visitors which are contributing to our community. People starting to leave town, they don't want to come to Las Olas anymore. Now, luckily, they found some parking.
Can you please conclude your remarks?
Yes, well, this is what they compare our building being the same height with theirs. No, it's not. Our building is only 50 feet. Theirs is 88. So again, it's a very, very dangerous project. We live at the sea level. The soil is very soft. The drilling, the banging is going to shake the ground, the foundation of our building, the structure of our building. We are trying to avoid not to have another Surfside tragedy. And I hope this is recorded, and I hope nobody will get in trouble, and I just hope that if the building will be lower, 30 feet, I think it will be reasonable, we'll be happy and enjoy the beauty, the architecture and everything else.
Thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Thank you for, I have more to say. I don't know why I'm cut off.
I understand you have more to say. If you have written remarks, stop for just a second. If you have written remarks, you're welcome to give them to the clerk, and he can pass them to the commissioners.
As a matter of fact,
but your time is up.
Okay, there are a bunch of emails that you've got over the weekend and for the past few days, and I just...
Ma'am, you finished your remarks.
Read them.
Okay,
Thank you.
I appreciate it. Is Nizar here? How about Walt McCrory? Followed by, and Brian Martin has left. Is Brucey still here? She left. Anthony Santiago. Mr. McCrory.
My name is Walt McCrory. I've been a resident of Fort Lauderdale for 74 years, the last 50 years in the Las Olas neighborhood. I am 100% in favor of bringing Westin Rolex to Las Olas. However, I object to it in its present format. And my objection can be summarized in 6 words. Too tall, too big, minimal parking. And for that reason, I urge the Commission to deny the application tonight in hopes that the Westin Rolex folks will go back to the drawing table and come up with a plan that is satisfactory to them and to the Las Olas community, and that converts parking LOIs into firm agreements. When that is done, the commission should then approve of their application, and Weston Rolex will be welcomed on Las Olas with open arms. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Santiago, followed by Rochelle Rosen. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Your Honor, Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Anthony Santiago. What can I say about a man I literally met 2 weeks ago? I traveled and stopped my travels to Manhattan today from Miami, Diane's Design District, to be here for 3.5 hours. I'm a Manhattanite by background. I'm proudly now a Fort Lauderdale resident.
It's not over yet.
We're coming by droves. So proudly as a Fort Lauderdale resident, living within walking distance of Las Olas. I want to first thank you all here. It's tough to physically go through change. I appreciate that. I've been coming to Fort Lauderdale for 30 years with my family, and the opportunity to relocate to South Florida, we chose your city deliberately. And that's because of what's happening here, not in Miami, not in Palm Beach. Professionally, I spent the last decades serving as a chief operating compliance officer for a multi-billion-dollar real estate developer in New York City, which I exited. We had over 150 development projects, over $3 billion in real estate sales in luxury condos. So I stand before you tonight bifurcating my perspective in 2 ways. First, as a resident, more importantly. Secondly, and as important, is a real estate operator who has spent 3 decades watching cities either evolve into world-class destinations or slowly lose momentum because they became afraid of thoughtful progress. I not just support Weston Jewelers and Ed, but I thank him for his visionary, for the ability to be proposing another project. It's not what it is. They're making a statement of confidence in Fort Lauderdale with their resources, their time, their capital injection. Trailblazers like Weston Jewelers and businesses like Caviar Bar, they're starting the wave here. Do we accept it? It's aspirational. The environment that's affluent with more residents, entrepreneurs, visitors seek art globally. This is how districts are born. Every iconic corridor once had skeptics. Worth Avenue, Rodeo Drive, Madison Avenue, Fifth Avenue. How about the design district in Miami? Just give me a couple of seconds and I'll jump out of this. But in the final analysis, it's important for us to understand the economics around the formula. Luxury investment plus elevated design plus walkability and destination retail is increasing tax bases at higher property values, stronger lease rates, tourism growth, and long-term economic stability. Give these guys an opportunity. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Is Rachel Rosen here? No. And Tyler Chappelle, you're just here for questions, right? Okay. And Rand Maya, is Rand here? Okay. Aristotle Halikias, he is not here. Mary Fertig, followed by Michael Schneider. Is Mary here? Did you want to speak on this item? I'm sorry? Okay, 1 second. Let's see, I'll set the clock for 2 seconds. I'll be generous. Huh? Yes, yeah. Followed by, does anyone else wish to speak on this? Because these are the last 2 names. And then we're going to take a 5-minute break.
I actually need more than 2 seconds, but I did write it out because I only have a couple thoughts. One, I'm changing from what I had written and just asking you how this was attached to the agenda. It is so different from what Stephanie's presentation was, and I feel like that is really misleading for the citizens of Fort Lauderdale. So I'm just going to make that comment and then go into what I really thought when I was reading this. I thought it was so ironic that we're here tonight, because just a few months ago, February 3rd, many of us were here to talk about the Las Olas Mobility Project, and the issue of parking was brought up numerous times. For example, there were some people who maintained that parking was needed that parking was needed on the street due to the lack of parking in the area. Now, there were others that felt that the median should be left, but they kind of were outshouted by people who were worried about the parking. So it's kind of ironic we're here, and many of us, actually I know I did, asked you to do a parking study because you've told us there's a new parking garage coming in, the Heron parking garage, Dean, is that right? And is that what it, yeah. And that also, the lots outside, out behind the stores, we often see parking there. So we asked for a parking study, and Ben, I'm with you. After what you said tonight about not realizing how many parking reductions there were, I just am here to encourage you all, as this area evolves, to do that parking study so you know what you're dealing with. And when you get a parking reduction, I mean, to grant a parking reduction with 0 spaces is kind of a big ask, but if you have sufficient parking in the area, that's fine. You don't know. And Commissioner Beasley Pittman actually asked that night about a parking study, and she was explained to her that the city's approach included new technology designed to collect parking data and related information. So actually, I'm just thinking, what? Okay, I'm going to leave this alone because really I just couldn't help but comment on how ironic it is that at one meeting we don't have enough parking, and another meeting we do, and I'm asking you to do the due diligence. Okay. And also, could you just get us a correct staff report next time? Thank you.
Thank you. Michael Schneider.
Hi, I just want to say, so Worth Avenue was referenced, and I think there's a consistency in Worth Avenue as far as the size of the buildings, and I just feel that this is out of line with the other buildings on the street. In other words, sometimes you put something in and it makes everything else wrong. And it's not that, you don't want to see progress, but you just want to see things evolve in a way that doesn't make everything else look like it's out of place. Anyway, so I just feel that this project does do that. I think it's just too big. I don't know why they can't stay within the setback requirements, and I don't know why, if we have rules, they're so easily bent. Not to say that somebody doesn't want to see, advancement and growth and development, but there's rules set in place, but it seems like they're very malleable. So anyway, I'm just concerned about one building making other things look like they're inappropriate, or because I thought that the city, I thought Las Olas provided a very nice experience for a lot of people over many years, and I don't think that I don't think it's a disaster that has to be corrected, and that one thing is going to come in and change everything for the better. I think it's already a nice situation. Anyway, thank you.
Anthony Batista? Sure. Come on up, Anthony. Did you fill out a card? Anthony Batista? Anthony Batista?
I don't have that card, but it's okay. Did you want to come up and speak? Yeah, I don't have a card for him.
Hello. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you. My name is Anthony Batista. I've been a resident of Las Olas Boulevard for the past 23 years and have lived in Fort Lauderdale for the last 50 years. So I have seen an awful lot of changes. I love living on Las Olas Boulevard. I love the changes that have occurred over the last 25 years. And I'm looking forward to welcoming Weston Jewelers to our neighborhood. However, I have one problem. The problem I have is with the rezoning of the back of the building. In my opinion, the architects and engineers that designed this project can certainly fit within the 35 feet requirement for residential parking. They could put a 2 or 3 story building on that property and build out the front of the property, which is zoned commercial. I would love to see a change in the design of the building to fit that property. The property is only 50 feet wide and 210 feet long. A 32,000 square foot building in that small a property is an overburden. I personally think that the property should be redesigned and welcome Weston Jewelers to make some changes to help the neighborhood maintain its character. Furthermore, changing the zoning to commercial on the back end of Second Court portends the same thing could happen in the future going to Southeast 15th Avenue. The west side of the Wahimishi Canal has been zoned commercial for probably many, many years. There's adequate parking. There's adequate parking on the south side of Las Olas in back of the buildings. It is a beautiful, upscale neighborhood that's getting better. There's no reason why Weston Jewelers can't design a building that fits the property perfectly instead of the way it's designed now.
All right, great. Thank you so much.
Time,
Thank
and
you.
I hope that they go back and to the drawing board and do something more appropriate for that size property. Thank you very
sir.
much.
Before we continue, I need a motion to extend the time of the meeting. I would ask for another hour.
Moved.
Second.
Please call the roll.
Commissioner Herbst?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sorensen?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, so we have a meeting extended to 11. Okay, so anyone else wish to speak on this item? There being none, do I hear a motion to close public hearing? I didn't hear anything. I'm sorry. May you what?
Continue her speech.
No, ma'am.
No.
You can't be here all night.
Move to close.
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Herbst?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sorensen?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, so public hearing on PH1 is now closed. District Commissioner, Vice Mayor, I'll let you start the conversation.
Thanks, Mayor. Appreciate it. I want to thank everyone for coming out tonight. Ed, I want to thank you for your engagement with the neighborhoods. You're working to to find ways that this can work for everyone. From the beginning, you've, I think, had the right approach to it. I appreciate that. I appreciate especially the neighborhood leaders, Beverly Heights, Coley Hammock, working together. I think there's more work to do with our city attorney to make sure we've got the right language and the representations that we all heard tonight. City attorney are appropriately included in what I think is going to have to be some conditions to the agreement. So I think that's important. It's going to matter, and I think that will take a little bit of work, but I'm confident we're going to get there. I think from a parking standpoint, I think we're getting towards a very good place. So, LaDonna, I think your comments are spot on. And I think actually that from a parking standpoint, once we really make those improvements that we're talking about, I think the neighborhood's really going to be in good shape. It's going to require work on the city and partnering, but I think we're going to get there from a parking standpoint. So I appreciate that, and I appreciate everyone coming out and sharing their perspectives. It matters as we move our city forward, and so supportive of where we're going, supportive of the direction. To welcome a new wonderful landowner to Las Olas. Mayor.
So, would you like to introduce the ordinance?
Yes, I'd like to
The ordinance has been
introduce for approval.
Anyone else have any questions or comments?
I do, Mayor.
Go ahead.
Thanks. Actually, Ella, I think you're the project manager for this, if you could come up. And I'm doing this on purpose, Mayor, because I want to just stress, we heard a lot of different items tonight, but mostly focusing on, parking, height of the building. I think it's so important for us to realize that there's some real detail in our ULDR. It's really important. I want to just make sure I'm not making a mistake, because for me, much of this is really found, the answers to whether this project should move forward is found in the ULDR, and what a person is able to do, what a development team is able to do when we're talking about things like rezoning and everything that's associated. So if I say something at a turn, just say, no, Commissioner, that's wrong, and I really appreciate it. So when I look at what we're faced with tonight, and again, rezoning criteria, Number one, the zoning district proposed is consistent with the city's comprehensive plan. Staff seems to say, yes, it is when I read. Is that correct?
Good evening, Ella Parker, Deputy Director, Development Services. Yes, that is correct. It is consistent with allocation of flexible commercial flex.
Thank you. Two, the changes anticipated by the proposed rezoning will not adversely impact the character of development in or near the area under consideration. When I read the analysis, it seems to say that it is consistent with the character of development on the East Las Olas Boulevard corridor, which includes commercial uses such as restaurants, retail, and hotels. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. Moving right along, and again, I'm going through the I'm going through the ULDR because it's so important that people understand we just don't make these decisions based on emotion, based on one item. We make these decisions because we're legally obligated to make these decisions based on our comprehensive plan, based on our ULDR, based on what we have in our law. And it's so important because we lose sight of that so many times when projects come forward. Next item. I want to look at 3. The character of the area proposed is suitable for the uses permitted in the proposed zoning district and is compatible with surrounding districts and uses. Staff seems to say, yes, the proposed rezoning will permit uses suitable and similar to those uses already existing in the area. Correct?
Correct.
Okay, that's really good. Thank you. And then moving along to adequacy and neighborhood compatibility, because this also gets to the crux of the issue when we're talking about the 2 neighboring Beverly Heights and Coley Hammock. The adequacy criteria of the ULDR talks about, number 1, that there's sufficient capacity for both water and wastewater to service the project. Tell me if I'm wrong, but there was a capacity letter that we saw in the backup saying that we are okay when it comes to that issue. Are we okay with that?
That's correct. The letter indicated there is capacity.
Okay, that is very, very important because right now, for the last 8 years, we've spent so much time, so much money on dealing with water, stormwater, and sewer. So that's also a piece that we haven't heard that much, but it is so very, very important. Next, I want to talk about the fact that this is a 5-story office with, in comparison to what else is happening on the street. Again, with regard to neighborhood compatibility. So to mitigate the scale and mass of the building, staff tells us that the project contains architectural elements with expansive glass interjected with vertical paneled engineered wood walls, and there's a mixture of protruding balconies with awnings that create variation in the building facade. So tell me why that's important. Why are those elements important? Why is that something that we need to consider when we're looking at a building such as this, that kind of variation? Why is that important?
Well, as you saw, the building is presented tonight. It's in scale in comparison to other similar buildings in the area. Yes, there's a mix of buildings that vary in heights from 2, 3, 4, and then up to the building that's across the street that's very similar to the height of this building, as well as the hotel that was mentioned that's been approved at 12 stories. That scale of 5 to 8 story buildings, that the building is 74 feet as the applicant presented tonight. It's got higher floor to ceiling heights, but generally even any buildings between 5 to 8 stories for an urban neighborhood like this are very common. It's still, it's not the central core, it's not the downtown, but it's a scale that's still walkable. It still provides light to the street. So that is appropriate in the context of the surroundings.
Thank you. Waterway use, again, very important. We know that this is right on that canal. And pursuant to our ULDR, the project has to demonstrate compliance with criteria for waterway use. Now, we know that a setback is not provided on the west side of the property line, which fronts the Himmershey Canal, but the 3 remaining sides of the building face towards a right-of-way, and they meet or exceed the required setbacks. This is not uncommon in that area because I think if you look at some of those other buildings, we see that the property constructed on the west side of the Himmershey Canal, it has the same exact conditions as are proposed with this building, correct?
Correct.
So there's nothing unusual with that setback not appearing in our backup for this building.
That's correct. It's a narrow site, so if you were to provide that type of a setback, it would really not be developable.
Right, thank you. Parking and transportation. We've had a lot of discussion about parking this evening. I think that's been really satisfied. But I do want to just acknowledge that a parking reduction can be approved if there is a public parking facility within 700 feet of the parcel that the parking is intended to serve, and there's a safe pedestrian path. We have not really talked yet about that safe pedestrian path, but I believe because of the fact that you guys did your study, we heard about parking studies, we heard about what are we doing with all that, but we have in our backup that an additional 213 parking spaces, in addition to 207 city-controlled public spaces, are right there within a quarter of a mile of the area, and other businesses along East Las Olas Boulevard and within the vicinity of the project site are primarily parked in adjacent private surface parking areas. So it looks like also the peak occupancy, according to your study, the peak occupancy of 420 publicly available parking spaces are located within a quarter of a mile. Is that correct?
Yes, so I'll just mention that based on that criteria, the applicant showed that there is available parking within 700 feet. Then they further showed that within a quarter mile, there's even more parking available. But the criteria specific to the code is 700 feet.
Okay, so we should be fine. For what I heard tonight was 35 people in a 24-hour period visiting the store. We should be fine with that, correct?
As was discussed, there are some peak demand hours that are shown in the study. But again, there is a lot of that shared parking analysis show that there's a lot of available parking, and those peaks don't necessarily coincide with the busiest times on Las Olas. There might be a little bit of a peak time at the lunch hours during the weekday hours, and then a little bit more like 6 to 9 p.m. on the weekends.
I think we're going to be fine. Flexibility criteria pursuant to the ULDR. The city may permit commercial uses on parcels designated for residential land use through the allocation of non-residential flex acreage. We have not talked about the flexibility criteria, but I think according to staff, the proposed project meets all of the requirements in terms of what we can do with the flexibility, correct?
Correct. With the allocation of the flex, which there is available flex commercial acreage, non-residential acreage.
Okay. And
yes.
I'm almost wrapping it up. Comprehensive plan consistency. This is important. Everything has to meet our city's comprehensive plan, goals, objectives, policies, including the FLU element. And I believe that we have met all of those with this project. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yes.
Yes, I'm wrong, or yes?
Yes, you're
okay.
correct.
Yes, you're right.
Yes, I'm okay?
Yes, you're okay.
Excellent. And public participation. We saw a slide that listed so many examples of public participation. Did the development team meet the requirement for that? I mean, according to my notes, I see approximately, many meetings within folks that are 300 feet within the project site. So did we meet the public participation?
They did, and if you'd like, it's in your record, but
Yes.
I can go over it if you'd like.
That's okay. How many meetings were there?
So the applicant conducted a public participation meeting on March 9th, and there were approximately 20 attendees. Let me see what else here.
And then we saw a slide where there were many more leading up to and then after the planning and zoning board
Right, so
meeting.
what's noted here is to meet the city's requirements. My understanding is the applicant did more than what's required.
That's what I thought. So thank you. That takes me through all of the ULDR. And again, I thank my colleagues for your indulgence in this, but it's so important because we oftentimes skip the laws that we are bound to follow when it comes to our comprehensive plan and our ULDR. It's just really vital. So thank you. And Mayor, I would say that when you look at all of those elements that we are supposed to follow, this is really a no-brainer. This project should be approved. And I also want to agree with the folks that got up here and said everything that they said in terms of where our city is. You know, at some point in time, the city of Fort Lauderdale has to decide what we want to be when we grow up. So, I mean, it's really important because I often hear the comparison to what's happening in Palm Beach and what's happening in Miami. And yes, we are our little niche, but we cannot fall so far behind our neighbors to the north and south that eventually we will just lose everything that we've built up to this moment. So I'm really hoping that we can say yes to this in a big way. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other comments from the commission? There being none, There's the ordinance. The ordinance has been introduced. Please call the roll.
In ordinance amending section 47-1.6.b of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida Unified Land Development Regulations, the revision of the official zoning map of the City of Fort Lauderdale and Schedule A revised compilation attached thereto and by reference made a part thereof, so as to rezone from residential multifamily low-rise medium density district to community business district through the allocation of 0.14 acres of commercial flexibility, Lot 1, Block 21, Beverly Heights, according to the plat thereof, recorded in Plat Book 1, page 30 of the Public Records of Broward County, Florida, and the north half of the 10-foot alley lying between Lot 1 and 16 of Block 21 of Beverly Heights, according to the plat thereof, recorded in Plat Book 1, page 30 of the Public Records of Broward County, Florida, and approval of the associated site plan level 4 development permit for a waterway use with landscaped yard reduction and a parking reduction for the development of 20,337 square feet of retail use and 11,816 square feet of office use, all said lands being in the City of Fort Lauderdale, Broward County, Florida. Commissioner Herbst?
Yes, but this is predicated on the city attorney reviewing what we've asked her to review. So we have another opportunity to take a look at this after you've done your review?
There'll be a second reading.
Okay, so yes, based on that. Thank you.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sorensen?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and that is approved tonight. And thank you, Commissioner Glassman, for your tutorial on this project.
You're very
We
welcome.
appreciate it.
Anytime I can help. Thank you.
Mayor, can we take a break?
Can we take a break? We're going to take a 10-minute break. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Well, I'm glad you brought all that up. Okay, the City Commission meeting is now in session. Thank you. Moving on to PH2. Shh, folks. Shh, 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 shh. Moving on to PH2, public hearing, quasi-judicial ordinance, approving a rezoning from heavy commercial light industrial business district to Uptown Urban Village Southeast District, Pinnacle Corporate Park. Anyone wishing to speak must be sworn in, and the commission will announce any site visits, communications, or expert opinions received and make them a part of the record. Commissioner Herbst, do you have any disclosures to make?
Yes, I do. I've met with Tim Wheat, Keith Polyakoff, and Robert Lockery.
Hold on a second. Who did you meet with? Robert Lockery?
Tim Wheat, Keith Polyakoff, and Robert Lockery.
Okay. Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Would have been Robert Lockery as well.
I believe I also met with Mr. Lockery. Is Mr. Lockery here? Yes. Okay. Where is everybody? Yeah. Commissioner Glassman?
Robert Lockyer as well. Thanks.
And Vice Mayor?
Yes, with applicant.
Mr. Lockery is the only one who signed up to speak. Just for questions, right? Oh, boy. Oh, well. Okay. No one has signed up to speak, so can I have a motion to close public hearing?
Motion to close public
Second.
Moved and seconded. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Herbst?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sorensen?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and public hearing on PH2 is now closed. Would someone like to introduce the ordinance?
Introduced.
The ordinance has been introduced. Please call the roll.
In ordinance,
Any questions? Okay, please call the roll.
in ordinance amending section 47-1.6.b of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida Unified Land Development Regulations through the revision of the official zoning map of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Schedule A revised compilation attached thereto and by reference made a part thereof, so as to rezone from heavy commercial light industrial business district to Uptown Urban Village Southeast District, a portion of Parcel A, 16-6 properties according to the plat thereof as recorded in Plat Book 114, page 3 of the Public Records of Broward County, Florida, located north of Northwest 59th Court, east of Power Line Road, west of North Andrews Avenue, and south of West Cypress Creek Road, all said lands being the City of Fort Lauderdale, Broward County, Florida, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. Commissioner Herbst?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sorensen?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and PH2 is now approved on first reading. PH3, public hearing, second reading. Quasi-judicial ordinance approving the vacation of 127-foot long by 40-foot wide portion of Northeast 8th Street and 15th Avenue. Anyone wishing to speak must be sworn in, and the commission will announce any site visits, communications, or expert opinions received and make them a part of the record. Mr. Shine, are you here?
Yes.
There you are. Do we speak? No. Commissioner Herbst?
None.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
No new acknowledgements.
I have none. Commissioner Glassman?
Yes. Spoke with Mr. Shine. Same as the first reading.
And Vice Mayor?
No new.
Okay. No, Mr. Shine signed up to speak only for questions. Do I hear a motion to close public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Herbst?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sorensen?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and public hearing on page 3 is now closed. Would someone like to introduce the ordinance?
Introduced.
The ordinance has been introduced. Please call the roll.
In ordinance of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, vacating approximately 40-foot wide by 127-foot long portion of Northeast 15th Avenue and Northeast 8th Street right-of-way adjacent to Parcel A according to the plat thereof as recorded in Plat Book 93, page 44 of the Public Records of Broward County, Florida, located west of Northeast 16th Avenue, north of Northeast 7th Street, east of Northeast 15th Avenue, and south of Northeast 8th Street, all said lands being the city of Fort Lauderdale, Broward County, Florida. Commissioner Herbst?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sorensen?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and PH3 is now approved on second reading. PH4, public hearing, second reading, quasi-judicial ordinance, approving the vacation of a 719 square foot right-of-way and road easement within a 10-foot wide by 65-foot long portion of Northeast 15th Avenue. Anyone wishing to speak must be sworn in, and the Commission will announce any site visits, communications, or expert opinions received and make them a part of the record. Commissioner Herbst, do you have any disclosures?
I do not.
Beasley Pittman?
None.
Commissioner Glassman?
Same as the last time, Mr. Shine. Thank you.
And Vice Mayor?
No new.
I have none either. Only Mr. Shine is signed up to speak for questions only. Do I hear a motion to close public hearing?
Move.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Herbst?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sorensen?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and public hearing is now closed on PH4. Would someone like to introduce the ordinance?
Introduced.
The ordinance has been introduced. Any questions? There being none, please call the roll.
An ordinance of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, vacating an approximately 10-foot wide by 65-foot long portion of Northeast 15th Avenue right-of-way and road easement dedicated by Ray Bohr Plat, according to the plat thereof as recorded in Plat Book 93, page 44 of the Public Records of Broward County, Florida, located west of Northeast 16th Avenue, north of Northeast 7th Street, east of Northeast 15th Avenue, and south of Northeast 8th Street, all said lands being the City of Fort Lauderdale, Broward County, Florida. Commissioner Herbst?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sorensen?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and PH4 is now approved on second reading. OFR 1 is the first reading of an ordinance amending Chapter 24, Solid Waste, Municipal Collection Disposal Services, eliminate the fee for relocation of solid waste containers, and establish improper container placement as a citable offense enforced pursuant to Chapter 11. Let's see, OFR 1, no one has signed up to speak. Do I have to close public hearing? No. Someone like to introduce the ordinance?
Introduced.
The ordinance has been introduced. Any questions?
Yes, Mayor, I have some comments about this one. So my only hesitation with this one is just making sure that we're not being overly aggressive in going after people who leave their trash cans out from one night. I think that's a little excessive. I think if they're out for 2 nights, 3 nights, whatever it may be, but there may be a lot of reasons that a trash can sits out overnight. I know, for example, I've had instances where the city didn't pick up my trash, and so I've left it out for another night so they could pick it up the next day. You may be gone overnight and not there to pick it up. So I just think one day is a bit much. So just my thoughts.
I agree with you. I brought that up to city staff in my meeting this week. I just hope that they're not aggressive enforcers. I would imagine that they would want to wait 2 or 3 days before, but I understand there's some recidivists who just can't seem to bring their trash can in. But I agree with you 100%. So we'll see how it goes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so the ordinance has been introduced. Please call the roll.
An ordinance of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, amending Chapter 24, Solid Waste, Section 24-27B, containers of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, by establishing a civil citation for improper solid waste container placement as set forth in Chapter 11, repeal of conflicting ordinance provisions, and providing for an effective date. Commissioner Herbst?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sorensen?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and OFR 1 is now approved on first reading. OFR 2, first reading of an ordinance, amending Chapter 11, the chart of civil penalties to establish civil penalties for improper solid waste container placement. Let's see, no one has signed up to speak. Anyone have any questions? Someone like to introduce the ordinance?
Introduced.
The ordinance has been introduced. Please call the roll.
In ordinance of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, amending Chapter 11, Code Enforcement, Section 11-25, Civil Penalties of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, to establish civil penalties for improper solid waste container placement as defined in Section 24-27B of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Fort Lauderdale, repeal of conflicting ordinance provisions and providing for an effective date. Commissioner Herbst?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sorensen?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes. And OFR 2 is now approved on first reading. OFR 3, this is the first reading of ordinances amending various sections of the charter of the City of Fort Lauderdale. Several people have signed up to speak. City Manager, how do you want to do this? Or City Attorney, I should say.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor and Commission. You will recall that you had asked after our last presentation to make some changes and to add the property items that were presented by the Charter Board. Commissioner Beasley Pittman also asked that we make things more simplified so they weren't so convoluted and intertwined. So with great skill and effort, Mr. Bangal and Ms. Bush have worked diligently to accomplish that for you. And they are here tonight to present that. And Commissioner Beasley Pittman, the thing that we've done to make it most simple is we pulled them out and made them each their own ordinance separately, easily, so you can understand clearly in the title what it is. And so they are here to present those to you this evening.
Yeah, push the button.
Got it. Okay, good evening. Paul Bengal, City Attorney's Office. Can I make a request? As we discuss these proposed charter amendments, I would ask you to consider whether you would like to specify, and if these pass, these ordinances pass, would you like to specify the order that they appear on the ballot, or would you like us to use our discretion? You'll see that in the proposed ordinances, we left charter number blank. So if you'd like to give direction on the order, that would be great. Otherwise, we can use our discretion.
I don't know. I don't have a preference. I mean, how many are we going to put on the ballot?
Well, there would be 7 in all.
7.
I believe there's 7.
Mayor, there would be 7 and potentially 9 with the other one you asked us to prepare this afternoon.
Oh, with the two new ones, yeah.
Well, I mean, does anyone in the commission have any preference as to the order? I mean, I don't know how they're going to appear on the page anyway. They might not even start on the, on the same page. So, on the ballot. So, why don't we get through this right now, and then we'll talk about that later.
Sure. So since your last discussion of the proposed charter revisions, we've made a few adjustments for first reading. As the city attorney mentioned, we've separated each charter section into its own ordinance, and each one has its own proposed ballot question, with one exception, which has 2. I'll begin with that exception, which is section 3.04 in Exhibit 2. As you can see, we separated submission of candidate documentation on the one hand, and the removal of City Commission consideration of elector challenges to candidates on the other, and we divided those into 2 questions. Also in section 3.04, there was some discussion about clarifying the ballot question to remind voters that consideration of whether someone has violated the charter or is unqualified would be left up to the courts. Therefore, we added at the end of the ballot question on page 3, Exhibit 2, thereby leaving such considerations to the courts.
So, just to be clear here, on the Exhibit 2, what's going to appear on the ballot is where it says Charter Amendment number blank, submission of candidate documentation, that one sentence, yes or no, correct?
Well, that's the title, and then there would be the question, should the City of Fort Lauderdale Charter be amended to specify the procedure for candidates for the office of mayor or commissioner to submit documentation?
Yes, that's what I said, the one sentence.
Yes.
Okay, so that's one charter amendment, just that.
Yes.
And then we go to the next page, removal of city commission consideration of elector challenges to candidates. That next paragraph is the next charter amendment, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that's it for everything on Exhibit 2?
Yes. And based on the discussion at the last meeting, we added thereby leaving such considerations to the courts, because that's existing language already.
So on OFR 3, are there any other charter amendments that you are recommending on OFR 3? Is it just those two?
There's one other thing that we clarified in section 3.03, which is Exhibit 1. We clarified it to incorporate the resign to run law. We plan to make
and
a
where's the language? Where is the charter amendment suggesting that? Is that on page 7 of Exhibit 1?
On page 3 of 9.
On page 3? Page 3 doesn't have any charter amendment on Exhibit 1.
No, it's it's not the question, it's the language in the ordinance.
Yeah, I'm not asking that.
Okay.
I want to know what's the charter amendment that's going to be on the ballot.
Page 7,
And
7
the
and
only
9.
thing I see is page 7.
7 and 9.
Mayor, can I help with something? I'm having trouble looking at it online, but I have the pages. If you look at and we prepared a booklet for you, which I hope you have, the resolutions versus the ordinance is clearer because the resolution simply has the ballot questions on it.
I know,
and that
but
makes
this
it much
is what-
easier to
This is
understand.
what we're voting on, though.
Yeah.
So I want to make sure that, I mean, you did a nice job
Do you have
giving us
this?
this nice little book.
Do you have this? Okay.
I have this.
Okay.
But in terms of what's attached to the agenda tonight, I just want to make sure we're all clear as to what we're voting on. So as far as page 7 is concerned, or Exhibit 1, the only charter amendment we're talking about is qualifications for eligibility to hold office, organizational meeting, and designation of vice mayor. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So far on this particular agenda item, I see 3 charter amendments. Is that correct?
No, there are 5.
All right. What other exhibit should we be looking at for the others?
So Exhibit 3.
Exhibit 3, regarding special meeting.
Yes, that's regarding special meetings.
Okay, on page 2,
Question.
special meetings of the City Commission. That's going to be number 4 then, right?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. And then Exhibit 4. That has to do with the Civil Service Board. Page 5 of that exhibit, should the City of Fort Lauderdale Charter be amended to prescribe a method for resolving a tie in nominations of the Civil Service Board? That's going to be an amendment, correct?
Yes.
And that's a cleanup a charter amendment, correct? We're not really changing any substance, right?
Well, it is changing some substance because it is changing the composition of the election board that certifies the results of the elections.
So it's going to be, we just change who's going to certify it, correct?
This section also takes away some of the responsibilities of the civil
Wait,
service.
can you speak in the microphone? Okay.
Sorry. This section also takes away some of the responsibilities of the Civil Service Board. They would no longer do the job classifications that they were previously reviewing.
Right. So that's number 5, right? That's number 5. And then you have draft ordinance miscellaneous on Exhibit 5. And on page 5 there, it's the deleting primary election references, removing publication requirement, and updating interim and acting city manager titles. Is that correct?
Yes, and that is, some of that is also cleanup.
Right. So that's number 6. Right. Are there any, you said there were 7 or 9. Where would be the others? On the next, are they on the next agenda item? Okay. So on this particular agenda item, we're referring to those 6 particular charter amendments, correct?
5 ordinances, 6 questions.
Okay.
Here.
Does anyone have any questions with regard to those? There being none, so we're gonna just do an ordinance now. that is going to approve these charter questions.
You might want to take them separately.
Why? We're going to agree on. I don't want to be here all night, Paul.
Okay.
All right. So we're in agreement. Let's just get it done.
Agreed. And Mayor, I'd just suggest that the sequencing within the ballot is the sequencing
We
listed
see here.
Yes.
That's fine. That's fine.
Okay.
Do I hear someone like to introduce the ordinance of OFR
Introduce.
3? Would someone like to introduce the
Introduce.
ordinance of OFR 3? Introduce.
Introduced.
Okay.
All right, just question, what header am I reading? There's 5 different headers.
All of them. All of them.
All of them. All right. Okay, could you just step aside just for a second, because some people have signed up to speak. We have Brucey Cummings has left, I believe. Nancy Thomas, are you still here? Yeah, I'm here. Oh. Mary did not sign up to speak on this item. She's on OFR 4. Did you not want to speak on this item? Did you not want to speak on this item? Okay. And Marilyn Mamano, did you want to speak? The next one, okay. So no one has signed up to speak on this item. Okay. Please call the roll.
All right, this is ordinance 1. An ordinance of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, amending the charter of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, conditioned on the approval of a ballot measure by updating the qualifications for the officers of mayor and city commissioner, providing the assumption of the office at the first regular commission meeting following certification of an election, providing for the designation of a vice mayor at the City Commission's first meeting after all elected officials assume office following a regular municipal election and annually thereafter, providing for severability, repeal of conflicting ordinance provisions, correction of scrivener's errors, and an effective date. Ordinance number 2. An ordinance of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, amending the charter of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, conditioned on the approval of various ballot measures by specifying the procedure for candidates to submit documentation to the city clerk for review and removing the City Commission's authority to receive affidavits and make a finding as to whether a candidate violated the charter or is unqualified, and providing for severability, repeal of conflicting ordinance provisions, correction of scrivener's errors, and an effective date. Ordinance 3. An ordinance of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, amending the city charter of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, conditioned on the approval of a ballot measure by providing for special meetings of the City Commission to be called upon at least 72 hours notice, except that in the event of an emergency where there is the potential for imminent harm or the ability to lessen or avert a catastrophe, a special meeting of the City Commission may be called upon such notice as is practicable under the circumstances of providing for severability, repeal of conflicting ordinance provisions, correction of scrivener's errors, and an effective date. Ordinance 4, an ordinance of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, amending the charter of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, conditioned on the approval of a ballot measure by prescribing a method for resolving a tie in nominations to the Civil Service Nominating Committee, modifying the composition of the election board that certifies the results of elections for the classified employees' recommendation for appointment to the Civil Service Board, removing the Civil Service Board's duty to review, consider, and advise the city manager concerning job class specifications, and providing for severability, repeal of conflicting provisions, correction of scrivener's errors, and an effective date. Ordinance 5. An ordinance of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, amending the charter of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, conditioned on the approval of a ballot measure by deleting references to primary elections, removing the requirement of 2 newspaper publications for public hearings and other types of notice, and distinguishing an interim city manager in the event of the city manager's resignation or termination from an acting city manager during temporary absences of the city manager, and providing for severability, repeal of conflicting ordinance provisions, correction of scrivener's errors, and an effective date. Commissioner Herbst?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner Beasley-Pittman? Yes. Vice Mayor Sorensen?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and OFR 3 is now approved on first reading. OFR 4, first reading, ordinance amending the charter of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Article 8 regarding public property. Council.
Good evening, everyone. Gabrielle Bush, Assistant City Attorney. So the two ordinances for OFR 4 are dealing with the property. The first ordinance combines 5 sections of the charter. The question can be seen on page 10 of Exhibit 1. Were there any questions about that first ordinance or the sections in there?
So what page is the actual charter amendment? Sale of city-owned personal property and sale or lease of city-owned property. Should the City of Fort Lauderdale charter be amended to simplify the sale of city-owned personal property, such as vehicles, furniture, and equipment, and city-owned land other than parks, to add limitations on lease, license, concessions, or other types of use agreements with private parties for the use of city-owned land, and to add limitations on the sale or lease of city-owned land to other governments. And what were the details on that? Go ahead.
So the first section was 8.01, which is the sale of personal property. So this is just allows for the sale of personal property, so vehicles, equipment, things like that, to be done by ordinance. So that was the first section. 8.02 is the sale or lease of city property to public bodies. This one it simplified the process by which the city would be able to do that. It required an affirmative vote of at least 4 commissioners, and this one had a definition for public purpose where we removed the requirement for morals. I think that was at the commission's request. Then you had 8.04, which is the sale of real property to private parties. This also simplifies the process. It requires a resolution containing a finding that the sale is in the city's best interest, and requires an affirmative vote of at least 4 commissioners as well. 8.07 was a section that was deleted because it was incorporated into 8.02. And the last section was 8.09, which is the lease, license, concessions, and use agreements for more than 1 year. Based on the last discussion we had, I believe at the last meeting, this one has a tiered approach where year 1 to 3 we're requiring, so this is for the lease and license of public property. From 1 to 3 years, you require a resolution adopted by affirmative vote of at least 4 commissioners. Years 3 to 10 will require the resolution as well as a fair market analysis, evaluation of the qualifications of the private party, and property use is in the city's best interest. And anything over 10 years will require everything I previously stated, plus a business viability report. And I think from last meeting, we took out the unanimous requirement for anything over 50 years. So anything 10 plus years was required based on what I just stated. So that's what's included in that first ordinance.
Okay. So, well, why don't you go to the second ordinance, and then we'll invite public participation.
Okay, so the second ordinance talks about the sale of parkland. On page 2 of 4, you see the question that's being proposed for the ballot.
So this is land that's not just owned by the city, but it's also been designated as parkland.
Correct.
That's, excuse me, that's different from the first ordinance, which is just city-owned land.
Correct, excluding
So
parkland.
this is city-owned parkland, zone park.
Correct.
Got it.
So this one, again, based on the last discussion at the...
No, I'm tired. Go ahead.
Sorry, based on the last discussion at the last meeting, there was a requirement for a unanimous vote from the commission in order to, I believe, sell this land or redesignate it. That was removed to make it a supermajority, so vote of 4 commissioners. And again, this has to do with the sale of land would be by referendum. Then it requires that lease licenses or for land zoned as parks for more than 1 year would be by an affirmative vote of 4 commissioners. And it requires that the removal of the park designation be by an affirmative vote of at least 4 commissioners.
Got it. Okay, so there are a few people signed up to speak. Thank you so much for your presentation. I appreciate it. Start out with Trudy Germanovich, followed by Vicky Mowry, followed by Mary Fertig. Is Trudy here? Yes, but... Well, Mary, I guess you're the spokesperson. You have. We'll give you 3 minutes. Oh, wait a minute. Before you speak, I need a motion to extend the meeting.
Moved.
Moved for how long?
Half hour, 11:30.
Okay.
So we better be quick, right?
Do I hear a second? Do I hear a second?
Yes.
Moved and seconded. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Herbst?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman? Vice Mayor Sorensen?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and the meeting is now extended to 11:30. Now you may proceed.
Thank you. Mary Fertig on behalf of Lauderdale Tomorrow. As you know, our group began fighting for protections for public lands 10 years ago. We appreciate the work of the past and current charter revision boards who incorporated language, licenses, concessions, and use agreements into Section 8.09. This was something we advocated for some time. Also, we appreciate the inclusion of the supermajority in Section 8.09. There are a few things that do cause us concern: the deletion of the cap on 50 years for leases, et cetera, in Section 8.09 with replacement for a maximum lease. This leaves it open for a future commission to lease properties for, say, 200 years, which raises all kinds of problems. In 2004, our second point, the residents of Fort Lauderdale fought for stronger protections on public lands. The inclusion in Section 8.21 of language to require a unanimous vote in the event a commission wants to remove the zoning designation of a park from a piece of property was the ultimate protection. In tonight's proposal, that becomes a supermajority. While we agree with the supermajority throughout Section 8.9 governing public lands, we request that you leave the requirement achieved by the voters, by the residents in 2004 to a unanimous vote. Our parks deserve the ultimate protection as they are so precious to us. While removing the designation of park may never happen, let's plan proactively to protect these parcels. And I would like to remind everybody of how diligently we work to get parks, things that were considered city parks but not zoned, zoned. So I am going to write you a letter, and I sent it to you yesterday, had just our few signatures, but now has 50-some, and I've been getting other texts through the night, but I'll spare you. I'm going to hand this out. I'm going to start reading, and then Marilyn will pick up. So, dear Mayor and Commissioner, and the Mayor Trentalis and Commissioners, Lauderdale Tomorrow thanks you and the Commission for bringing forward consideration proposals to amend Section 8 of the City Charter. We reviewed the language of the proposed amendments, and we respectfully request that 3 important changes be made. With these changes, this section will be ready for the ballot. We encourage you to make the amendments tonight before the second hearing so we can make deadlines for placing this on the ballot in November. Number 1, the section of Title 8.09 should be changed back to what the past 2 charter revision committees have proposed, and that is Section 8.09 leases. Thank you for putting licenses, concessions, and use amendments for more than 1 year and not more than 50. Alternatively, if you want to, another way you could change that would be to require a referendum or a unanimous vote on any lease in excess of 50 years. But you probably still need a cap for various other reasons, which your city attorney can explain. And number 2, an additional concern is the failure. I'm going to finish this sentence, and then Marilyn will take over from me.
Okay.
To affirmatively state that there are no automatic extensions or renewals over the 50-year limit. We're suggesting addressing this by saying any extension or lease renewal must follow the same requirements as 8.09C and shall require the affirmative vote of 4 commissioners. Okay, Marilyn, your turn.
Number 3, in 2004, the citizens of Fort Lauderdale worked diligently to pass Section 8.21, which protects public parks. In addition to being adopted by the voters over 20 years ago, it was recommended to remain by the current and past charter revision boards. The new language requiring only a supermajority rather than unanimous vote to change the zoning of parks weakens the language in the charter. This can easily be changed by amending 8.21. The requirements for unanimous vote to rezone parks should remain. Thank you for your consideration of these recommendations, and we remain committed to work with you to protect our public lands for future generations. I also want to point out that you all received a communication from Bill Brown, the president of the Council of Fort Lauderdale Civic Associations. The council discussed this at our last meeting. We had a presentation. Very nice. Thank you very much. And we passed a unanimous resolution or motion saying that we support your efforts to put language in the charter relative to these public city-owned properties and parks. We appreciate that you're doing this. It came a little late, but it came, and we certainly appreciate it. So in summary, there's 3 things that we think you should consider between now and the second reading. One is putting back a 50-year limit. There is really no reason why you should be making commitments more than 50 years. You can have extensions. There can be extensions.
Well,
there are times.
the problem is, Marilyn, that under that request, something like the St. Regis project would never have happened.
That is because in the current charter, you would have had to renegotiate.
Right.
If you put it in the charter that you can put extensions, then you don't have to renegotiate with the person.
But are you suggesting that the extension only be negotiated at the 50-year mark or from day one?
Just remember, Bahia Mar is under a different section.
Can you speak into the microphone?
Oh, thank you. Apology. Bahia Mar is under a different section. It's the one carve out from the 50 years, and I don't have the charter.
It's public land.
It is, but it has its own section, but I don't have it in front of me, so I'll have to get it to you.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a whole different thing.
Paul, does it have a separate section?
It does, yes. Okay.
Under what section would that be? Under what title?
Bahia Mar.
Yeah.
All right. While they're talking, yes.
Yeah. We went deep
But I mean, it
into
shouldn't
that
be
at
just
the time.
Bahia Mar. There are other. I mean, I'm trying to think. Are there any other public lands that we would seek to develop? I don't really think there are.
One-stop shop. You went 100 years on one-stop shop.
Right.
I mean, and that's a business decision. In my opinion, you don't make arrangements for more than for 100 years. But that's a policy decision.
The reason why you have to the reason why we want that option is because you can't build condominiums on 50-year property.
Yes, but if you recall in the St. Regis, you gave them 100 years, and they came back and they cried that they couldn't use just 100 years. They needed fee simple air rights, which you then gave them. Well, let's not go to Bahia Mar, please. We have to get home tonight.
No.
We don't want to go to Bahia Mar, but we do want to just say, Dean, you know this, so I'm just saying that at 99, 100 years, it becomes really the sale of the land. It's problematic not to have a cap. You could make that cap 30 years, you could make it 60 years. But by having no cap, I think you're creating a future problem.
We're just asking you to consider between now and the second reading. Think about, do you want to have absolutely no cap? And then think about it not from just your perspective, but you're not going to be here forever. I'm not going to be here forever. There's a lot of commissioners who God bless you. I hope you're right. Okay, 1, we are concerned about beyond 50 years. 2, extensions and renewals should follow the same procedure as the original approval. You can have extensions, okay? But you have to re-up the procedure. In other words, 50 years from now, if you want to do an extension, then you should have the same findings and the same voting, not just put it in the agreement that it's automatically. We don't want automatic extensions.
But we're bumping up against state statute. That's the problem. State statute does not permit condominium development with 50 years.
With all due respect, Mr. Mayor, I'm really, this is not just a question about condominiums. This is a bigger question than condominiums. If you want to have condominiums on city-owned land, that's a whole other discussion. I don't think you should make a charter revision that accommodates that kind of development.
Well, it's to keep the options open.
I'm all for options. And if you want to go to 100 years, let's go to 100 years. But there should be a procedure for 100 years, and it should be more rigorous than the procedure for 1 to 3 and 3 to 10.
Yeah, but the thing is, you can't revisit something after 50 years. It has to be determined from day one whether or not you have the 99 years. Because you can't build 50 and 50.
Your city attorney made the recommendation
I know.
that you have a unanimous vote, and then you took it out again. If it was over 50 years, not if it was under, but if it was over.
So I think that's an interesting point, right? So if You know, one of the suggestions I had floated at one point in time early on when we were talking about a site for City Hall, and I had suggested perhaps co-locating it with the police department so that we could then redevelop the existing City Hall site. You know, it's a 4-acre site. That dirt's probably worth $75 to $100 million. And if we wanted to do condos there, we would need that 99-year flexibility in order to be able to put that out on a land lease at, say, 6% and generate a cash flow with that. So I think we need, to the mayor's point, a mechanism that will allow us to do it, but it might be a unanimous vote for 99 years. And I think that might be reasonable.
That is a reasonable, I think, compromise here.
Right.
So it's 1 to 3, 3 to 10, and anything over 10, it's unanimous. You go to 100 if you want.
Or over 50 is unanimous. I'm good with I'm good
50.
up to 50 is super majority, but I think maybe if we want to go to 100, yeah, then because that's a huge commitment to that point. It's effectively a sale. So if we're going to do a sale, but to the mayor's point, I think he has a good one. We don't want to preclude the opportunity that we might want to monetize a city site, but yet not get rid of it. We might want to keep it for posterity, right?
An excellent point that you bring up, and I agree with you that this can be accomplished easily within the proposal as it stands. It's 1 to 3, 3 to 10, more than 10 to 50, okay? And then anything above 50 has to be unanimous. For you to consider, we're not gonna solve this problem here tonight. We're just asking you to consider that when you go past or up to and past 50 years, there should be a little more rigorous, perhaps unanimous approval.
Okay.
That's the second one, and the third one is you really should put back the unanimous requirement, the requirement for a unanimous vote to de-designate a park. It's in there now. We worked on it to put it in there over the years. It's a very strong protection for parks, and we really sincerely hope that you just put it back.
Well,
it was there.
I think there's merit to that.
Thank you so much.
Right.
I'm happy to answer any other questions.
No, just your time is up.
Thank you.
Time is up. Marilyn, do me a favor, though, and I agree with everything you're saying, but just do me a favor. With your header and your logo here, please, future, Future, please, just, please, please. It's driving me crazy because you always have it, and I just want to say, please fix it.
They did it again?
Please fix it. Yeah, they did it again.
Well, when
Please
you
just fix it.
remember, you didn't notice that?
No, you've done it before, and I've mentioned it at the goal setting workship, and I'm mentioning it again. I'm mentioning it again. Thank you.
Thank you.
And just one last thought. We're not asking for everything we've asked for. The two main things, the 50 years or whatever, and the unanimous vote on parks were both recommended by both the past and the current Charter Review Commission. Thank you.
Also, you notice the script on tomorrow is 2 different R's?
Okay, we're taking care of that before we come back, okay?
You see that?
Yeah, you're right. Well, at least there's 2 of them.
Yeah. Okay. Yes.
My name is Dr. Trudy Germanovich. I've been a resident of River Oaks for nearly 50 years and was a teacher for 35 years, finishing my career in Broward County Public Schools, mostly at Sunrise Middle School. I was at the groundbreaking of the additions to be made at Sunrise and want to remind the city that the clock is ticking on those improvements so you don't lose the matching funds from the financially stressed school board. I'm here speaking on the importance of public parks in this city, and I brought you each a reminder of the great natural parks we have, and I want you to keep this somewhere near you, because this is an overhead view of what Snyder Park looked like 4 years ago. It doesn't look like that now, and that's what we're worried about. We want natural parks as much as we can, so please take that into consideration when you're doing this. It's important that you put the park ordinances as the first thing on the ballot. That's what people actually are going to read. They're not going to read the rest of them. Then you get yes on all of them. What you want to do is put the parks right up front. I totally agree with the changes which were just discussed, and I strongly believe that any changes in the park should either be brought to a vote of the public or require a unanimous vote of this body. Thank you.
Thank you. Vicky Mowry, followed by Nancy Thomas, followed by Michael Schneider, and then Maggie Hunt.
Yes, Vicki Mowry. I'm here tonight in complete support of the efforts that have been made by the members of Lauderdale Tomorrow and the group that has worked on this for quite some time, as well as the charter review, which has been going on with these same items for, I believe, 4 years, and I'm happy that you're considering getting it on the ballot in November, and appreciate you taking into consideration what the paper that you received with the changes from Lauderdale Tomorrow. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. Nancy?
Good evening, good night.
It's almost morning.
I know. Hopefully we won't get there. I can only say, having watched Mary Fertig, people like her, mostly her, Marilyn Mamano, and others, including the charter revision advisory committees, what these citizens have gone through to make these important and valuable changes for the citizens is remarkable. And it's long overdue to make these reasonable, fair changes such that they can go on the ballot in November. I hear from people anecdotally all the time, what about the parks? What about the parks? What about the parks? Parks are like, I mean, what would New York Park be without Central Park? We have got to, especially that, Vicki made a good point, make that first. That's what people understand. The other issues are very pertinent in terms of, giving 99-year leases. Most people have no clue. Anyway, my point is that please respect all the work that's been done by these volunteers over the years. And I think we're at a good place, and I certainly hope you'll support it.
Okay, thank you. Mike, followed by Maggie Hunt.
Thank you. So I'm here tonight to support strengthening the Fort Lauderdale City Charter to permanently protect public lands, parks, waterfront spaces, and community assets from being sold, transferred, or privatized without direct voter approval, or I actually feel a unanimous vote by the commission. You just had a unanimous vote quite easily here.
Don't speak more clearly. I'm trying to understand.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You want me to repeat it?
No, it's okay.
Okay. So again, tonight you had a unanimous vote pretty easily about something that I don't think is even as important as what we're talking about now as far as this charter revision. But at any rate, public land does not belong to any one commission. I'm just reminding us all. Administration or developer, it belongs to the residents of Fort Lauderdale today and for future generations. Over time, cities everywhere face increasing pressure to commercialize parks, waterfronts, civic spaces, and publicly owned land. These decisions are often presented as temporary, beneficial, or economically necessary, but once public land is lost, it is almost impossible to recover. Fort Lauderdale's identity is tied to its parks, waterways, beaches, green space, and public access. These are not surplus assets. They are part of the character and quality of the life that residents pay taxes to preserve. The issue is not whether development is good or bad. The issue is accountability. Major decisions involving public land should require direct public consent or at least unanimous vote of a temporary commission. A charter amendment would create long-lasting stability, transparency, and public trust. It would ensure that future leaders cannot dispose of or substantially repurpose public assets without meaningful community approval. Other Florida communities have adopted stronger protections because they understand that development pressure only increases over time. Anyway, that's all I can read. Thank you.
Thank you. Maggie.
Hi. Thank you so much for considering this parks part for the charter. I really, really appreciate it. We all do. Okay, so first of all, I agree. The title of Section 8.09 should be changed to what the Charter Revision Committee had originally proposed, which would include licenses, concessions, and use agreements. Also, I think that there should be a unanimous vote to rezone parks, and that should remain. And why? Because it creates a pathway to not have to have a referendum to sell parkland if you don't want to do that. I mean, somebody down the road. I don't think you guys want to do that. I'm also concerned that there is no statement that there would be no automatic extensions or renewals. And lastly, for that little discussion you had, what about this? That there should also be at least a unanimous vote for any lease or license in excess of 50 years for city property zoned as parkland. And so that doesn't affect BHMR or the city hall property or any other property that you might want to sell to put condominiums on.
Okay. Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak on this item? Did you sign up, Barbara?
I didn't, and I was just going to say that.
Okay, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, I don't want to reiterate anything else that's already been said, but I just want the commission to be aware that there's dozens of people who have joined into this letter on behalf of Lauderdale tomorrow. So thank you to them for all the work, and thank you, commission, for bringing it forward. So we just adopt everything they've said.
Okay, great. All right. So no one else has signed up to speak. So this is OFR 1, the first reading. There are two. One has to do with public land. The other one has to do with parkland. What's the pleasure of the commission? Personally, I on public land, I just as soon keep it as a supermajority. But parkland, maybe we should be more protective of parkland and make that a unanimous vote. What do you rest of you think?
I agree with that, but I just need some help from staff here, because when we changed, I remember I went to several, workshops in the district when we stressed the importance of when we made it unanimous. That's when we did a great exercise when we went through so many of our spaces and realized they weren't zoned parks, and we changed all of them. How many?
Changed all that.
We changed them all, which was great. So we changed the zoning to protect them, and we also said unanimous, right? To change that. So this is taking it in what step in addition to that? In other words, help me understand why what we have now on the books is not sufficient.
The reason we changed the unanimous vote to the supermajority was at the request of the commission at the last meeting. It was requested that anything unanimous was changed to a supermajority.
Right, because I remember the mayor said he didn't like giving veto power to one person. Right. I think that was the rationale. But help me understand why we're even discussing this. If right now on our books we've protected all the parks by changing the zoning to parks and saying that if anything was to change, it had to be unanimous. So just help me understand what this is doing above and beyond what we already have on the books.
So do current ordinance require unanimous vote for the sale of parkland?
For the sale of the current, hold on.
Was it just that we?
Yes, it does.
Was it just that we made it that you needed an unanimous vote to just change the zoning of the park? Is that?
There was two unanimous requirements in the park ordinance, or the park charter section. One was that if there was a sale of the land or anything where there's a lease, license for anything over a year, required unanimous vote of the commission. The other part was that if you rezoned the land, anything other than parkland, that would require unanimous vote as well. So those both, the change we made both now require a supermajority.
Right. No, I understand that. But again, when we changed the zoning to all of those parks that were not zoned park, and then we also said it needed a unanimous vote to do what? To just change the zoning again? Was it just to deal with the zoning and not this with regards to sale or lease? Is that the difference now?
Yes.
And now we're talking about sale or lease, not just the rezoning of the park?
Yes. So the one requirement is that, so the issue is that if you try to sell the parkland, I think their concern is that if you don't have the supermajority, it's easier for you to just change the zoning and then sell it. So is that what your question is?
Okay, so let's just say this moves forward and the residents approve this. Does that then alter at all what we already have on the books in terms of a unanimous vote See what I'm saying? I'm not doing a good job here of explaining, but right now on the books, we have unanimous vote necessary to change the zoning of a park. So let's say this goes forward and it passes, then how does that affect that part of our law now that says you need a unanimous vote to change the zoning? If we're going to just do this now, but that's a sale or lease. I'm doing a bad job explaining. I'm sorry. I apologize. It's late. I'm tired, but whatever.
Yes, so in order to sell the land or to lease it, you require a supermajority versus the current unanimous vote.
So the rezoning part just stays as it is, and it's not affected by this then?
No, that's affected as well.
Oh.
Both are affected, rezoning and sale. They're both supermajority.
That's what the charter amendment will do.
Yes.
Okay.
That's what we understood that you wanted.
But hold on, we're now saying we want it unanimous.
For sale or for rezoning of parkland.
Parkland.
Not public land, but
parkland.
So we want to change that back to what was originally there.
We want the disposition, disposition
or rezoning.
Or rezoning of parkland to be unanimous.
Unanimous.
Right.
Is that also for the lease of that land?
We haven't voted yet.
Any lease over a year, we also want that to be unanimous of parkland.
So the lease, I think we're the lease. So I think we're the lease, and tying into what Commissioner Herb said, if I heard right, what we're thinking is for lease up to 50 years is supermajority.
Supermajority. Correct.
Beyond 50 years for parks. Beyond 50 years, unanimous.
Okay.
Okay, so again, just talking about parks for the moment, just to recap. We're saying sale, disposition, or rezoning of city parkland, unanimous.
Correct.
Right. For leasing of parkland, 0 to 50 years is 4. Supermajority. Beyond 50 is unanimous.
Right.
Paul, is that tracking?
I wanted to point something out to you, and that is with the proposed amendment, the sale of parkland would actually require a referendum at a special election.
We don't want that.
We don't want that.
Okay.
We want sale unanimous city commission vote.
Correct.
And also lease and other types of use agreement.
Yes, that would fall under.
So we're just talking about the category of parkland that's already been zoned as park. As far as parkland is concerned, the sale, lease, or other disposition, rezoning requires unanimous vote of the city commission. No referendum, no supermajority, parkland unanimous. Okay? Got it. And everything else stays the same.
Mayor, Commissioner, Vice Mayor Sorensen, you were mentioning before something about 50 years. There's nothing about the time period.
That's fine. Nothing about the time period for parkland.
For parkland.
Correct. That's it. Just it's very simple. All right.
Can I just want to confirm, make sure that when we go back, we do this correctly. So we're talking about leasing parkland. If we're leasing parkland, is a 1 to 50.
No, I'm telling you, this is what we're saying. Leasing, selling, or rezoning parkland, regardless of the term or years or whatever, requires unanimous vote of the commission.
Period. And licensing.
Or licensing, any kind of,
So
licensing.
But hold on. So it'd be leases, licensing, concessions, use agreements? That's what we're saying.
Yeah.
Okay.
Of parkland.
Of parkland.
Right.
Unanimous.
Gotcha.
Okay.
All right.
Mayor, it's over 1 year, right? Because that would comport with what we already have. Over 1 year, because we already have the authority to do that for less than 1 year. So this would be for all of those things in excess of 1 year.
So over 1 year?
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll just have that.
So we don't need unanimous vote to lease something out for a year?
Yep, correct.
Okay.
That's fine. Yeah.
Is that cool? All right, we're bumping up against our deadline. The ordinance has been introduced as amended.
Who introduced it?
I'll introduce it.
Okay.
Yeah, introduce for approval as amended. Yeah.
Well,
Do we have clarification on that? I just want to be sure the amendment, do you guys have that, including the parkland versus the other and limits? Okay.
And just to be clear, so that strikes the necessity for the renewal language.
Correct.
For leases, right?
Exactly. Parkland.
Yeah, for parkland.
Right.
Great. Tracking?
So, Paul or
Tracking.
Sherry, just to confirm, are we introducing these as is, and then the amendments?
No, as amended. As amended.
Okay.
As amended.
Changes between first and second reading.
Yeah, we'll make the changes.
Yeah, as amended.
Yeah.
As amended.
Okay, and that'll preserve the advertisement and everything with it passing and introducing it as amended? Okay.
Right.
Please call the roll.
All right, so this is as amended.
And if you agree to this, you're also agreeing to extend the meeting another 15 minutes.
Oh, that's not good. No.
I'm sorry, you can't do that, but go ahead.
Nice try.
All right, so ordinance number 1 as amended. In ordinance of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, amending the charter of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, conditioned on the approval of a ballot measure, simplifying sale of city-owned personal property such as vehicles, furniture, and equipment, and city-owned land other than parks, adding limitations on agreements with private parties for the use of city-owned land, and adding limitations on the sale or lease of city-owned land to other governments, and providing for severability, repeal of conflicting ordinance provisions, correction of scrivener's errors, and effective date. Ordinance number 2, as amended. In an ordinance of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, amending the charter of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, conditioned on the approval of a ballot measure by requiring a referendum for the sale of city-owned parkland and an affirmative vote of at least 4 commissioners for any lease, license agreement, concession agreement, facility use agreement, or other type of use agreement for more than 1 year for the use of city-owned parkland, providing for severability, repeal of conflicting ordinance provisions, correction of scrivener's errors, and an effective date. Commissioner Herbst.
Yes.
Commissioner
So just to be clear, that's the old language that's going to be amended.
That's why I said
Great.
as amended.
I just want
It'll
to
change.
make sure.
Okay.
Great.
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman.
Yes.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sorensen.
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis.
Yes. That is true without first reading. I need a motion to extend the meeting another 10 minutes.
Moved.
Moved and seconded. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Herbst.
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman.
Yes.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sorensen.
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis.
Yes. Okay, we have a walk-on, the solid waste representative and alternate.
Mayor, pardon me, I'm sorry to interrupt, but
I'm sorry?
you had asked for some other charter, 2 other charter.
Yeah, I'm getting
amendments.
Oh, other chart. Say it again.
You asked for 2 other, you asked us to draft this afternoon 2 other.
Yes, I have.
charters.
I'm getting. I mean, there are 3 add-ons here.
We're doing charter.
Oh, I thought you were doing it now because they were charter.
Oh, you want to do it that way?
Well,
That's fine.
at your pleasure.
Okay, that's fine.
And
charter.
So we have.
We also have OSR 1.
We have a what?
We also have ordinance on second reading. OSR 1.
Well, let's do that after the charter
Oh,
stuff.
I didn't even see that. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, let's. All right, let's just get these other 2 on. So the first one's the walk-on for the fire chief. Would someone like to introduce the ordinance?
Introduced.
It's been introduced. Please call the roll.
Well, I
You have a comment?
question.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. Okay, so the idea here is we're saying that the fire chief would be a charter officer. Okay. One, again, this needs more time. This needs to go to Charter Revision Board. It needs to go to Council of Fort Lauderdale Civic Associations. In addition, the charter officer requirements right now. So which charter officer is required to live in the city? I think it's the city manager. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Why is the city manager required to live in the city?
I don't know.
Okay.
So I can give you some background on that
Sure.
if you want. So the city manager has been required to live in the city because they're expected to be able to respond to anything that happens in the city 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So if there's a good example is the water break that we had up at FXC on Christmas Eve. when the main pipe to the city got pierced. We've had shootings, we've had all sorts of things. So the city manager has always been expected to be available to turn up in those kinds of emergencies.
Okay.
Whereas other charter officers, such as the city attorney, city clerk, and city auditor, don't have operational responsibilities and are therefore not expected to be on call 24/7.
Okay, great, thanks. So if the city manager is expected for operational requirements and emergencies, then are we going to require the police chief or the fire chief to equally reside in the city as a charter officer?
May I add that that is by ordinance, Vice Mayor, so it wouldn't, if you wish to do that, that would be done by ordinance if you wanted to comport with what the city manager has to do. It's not in the charter, that requirement.
The requirement for me to live in the city, I believe, is in the charter.
The requirement for the city manager is in the charter. So
it's in the charter.
I thought it was an ordinance.
Let me add additional context. There is currently a requirement in the charter that department heads live in the city unless they're otherwise promoted. So if you have an existing department head who lives in, say, Plantation, and they get an existing staff member that gets promoted to a department head, they don't have to live in the city. However, if we hire a department head, they're supposed to live in the city.
So what's being asked here?
So that's just something different. But I think the vice mayor brings up a good point. Honestly, I believe they are similar in nature to the city manager. I would expect my chief of police and my fire chief to be able to respond 24/7. So I think vice mayor.
Why don't we just say within Broward County? I mean, because I believe the police chief lives in Wilton Manors now. So, I mean, it's practically Fort Lauderdale.
But isn't our city attorney telling us we don't have to deal with this now for the charter, that we can do that as an ordinance later at some point in time?
No,
it has
she
to be
was
in the
wrong.
charter?
She was wrong. It's in the charter.
Well, you could.
If I may too, though, Mayor, I don't know that this would necessarily require the existing chief of police or fire chief to change their living location, but I think it would apply to the next one. In other words, I don't think...
As long as we're interpreting it that way, that's...
Right, I think it would be realistic. I don't think it would be really realistic to have somebody who is already in the position be expected to sell their home and relocate. But I do think anybody who accepts the position would then understand that it would be incumbent upon them to relocate into the city. So that's just how I would kind of view it. And I think that's a reasonable expectation. Certainly our salaries are high enough that they could afford to live in the city.
All right, so the ordinance that we're discussing then do you want that language added to it?
Yes.
All right, so it would be all future
police
chiefs
and
fire
chiefs.
Okay, when we get to the fire chief, okay, that's fine. All right, anything further?
No, that's it.
All right, let's call the roll on the police chief.
An ordinance of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, amending the charter of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, conditioned on the approval of a ballot measure by establishing the charter position of police chief and providing for severability, repeal of conflicting ordinance provisions, correction of scrivener's errors, and the effective date. Commissioner Herbst?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
No.
Vice Mayor Sorensen?
No.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and that it's approved on first reading. Now the ordinance with regard to the fire chief. Same consideration?
Yep.
That's fine.
Yes.
Someone like to introduce the ordinance?
Introduced.
Okay, introduce. Please call the roll.
An ordinance of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, amending the charter of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, conditioned on the approval of a ballot measure by establishing the charter position of fire chief and providing for severability, repeal of conflicting ordinance provisions, correction of scrivener's errors, and an effective date. Commissioner Herbst?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
No.
Vice Mayor Sorensen?
No.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and that's approved on first reading. And now the solid waste representative and alternate, I believe Commissioner Beasley Pittman has agreed to have her name inserted in Section 3 as the alternate. Any questions? Someone like to introduce the ordinance?
Introduced.
Excuse me, the resolution, I'm sorry.
Introduced.
Introduced. Please call the roll.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, appointing a representative and an and an alternate to represent the city of Fort Lauderdale on the governing board of the Solid Waste Disposal and Recyclable Materials Processing Authority of Broward County, Florida, and providing for conflicts and providing for an effective date. Commissioner Herbst?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sorensen?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and thank you for willing to do that. Final item, OSR 1, second reading, ordinance amending Chapter 28, Article 2 of the Code of Ordinances to clarify ownership, maintenance, repair, installation, and cost responsibility for sewer laterals and related sewer infrastructure. No one has signed up to speak. Someone like to introduce the ordinance?
Introduced.
It's been introduced. Any questions? Please call the roll.
In ordinance of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, amending Chapter 28, Water, Wastewater, and Stormwater, Article 2 of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, by amending definitions, providing clarifying language to distinguish private sewers from public sewers and service laterals in the right-of-way, along with adding enforceable requirements, repeal of conflicting ordinance provisions, and providing for an effective date. Commissioner Herbst?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sorensen?
Thank you, Al. Where are you, Al? Back there? Come on, take a bow. Come up here. Come on, let's see. Do a little dance. There you go. Thank you, Al.
That's enough. I'm
Very
not
nice.
extending. I'm not extending again.
That's
Let's wrap
enough.
this up.
Yes.
Yes. Keep
We're
going.
sorry. And Mayor Trentalis?
Yes. So OSR 1 is now approved on second reading. City Manager, is there any further business of the commission?
Nothing further.
City Attorney, do you have any announcements
No,
to
Mayor,
make?
I do not. Thank you.
Meeting over. Thank you.